Good morning. Welcome to the Zoom room. I will wait a few moments for us to file in, if you will. And it looks like we have both of our court reporter links. If I look to my team to please bring up the court reporter entities to panelist.
Good morning, Ms. Quincy. I'm here and ready to go when you are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
I will go ahead and start with introductions to get us going this morning. Just as a word of warning, we'll do appearances a little differently, so I think we're going to get started more quickly this morning. I wanted you to know. Hopefully we'll get through that and get actually down to substance more rapidly. But good morning. It's April 8th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the evidentiary hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. If you are planning on actively participating today, you do need to log into the Zoom webinar using the individual link that should have been sent to you by Zoom. As always, if you are having any technical difficulties today, please let us know by sending us an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. As always, this hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel, and if you are not planning on participating today actively, please do use the YouTube stream for viewing the hearing rather than logging into the Zoom platform. The audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We had a little discussion yesterday about the Zoom transcript, which is the most quickly available transcript that we have. I've talked with my team and I'm told because of the length of the transcript, it sometimes takes a day for it to not upload, generate, if that's the right word. It sometimes takes us a day to get it. So we will try to move those over as quickly as possible, but unfortunately they're just not available overnight. So I wanted to make you aware of that. We will take breaks today. We will have a mid-morning break as we normally do, a lunch, and then a hard stop, as always, at 5 p.m. I'm not going to call for appearances now. What I intend to do in terms of appearances is effectively to carry them over, but the way I would like to introduce ourselves today is before the first time each person or participant speaks today, if you would please introduce yourself, we'll take the time to go ahead and bring you up to the panelist status so you can come on camera, introduce yourself, and then we'll go forward. So it'll sort of be a rolling appearances, if you will, as each of you have a need to speak. And I'm hoping that will be a little more efficient for us as we move forward today so we don't have this big block of time in the morning. In terms of where we are, a few procedural issues. My understanding of the agenda for today is that we will be starting off. First, I'll look to the room to see if there are any procedural questions. But we will be starting then with panel 5, DWR's panel 5. And as I understand, that is Adam Murdoch, Gwen Buchholz, and Jason Volk. We did receive cross-examination exhibits. We received exhibits from Mr. Brodsky. We received exhibits from DTEC, and I did want to note for DTEC, we received exhibits marked 1, 2, and then 4 through 11. If you intended to send a 3, we didn't get it, but you may have skipped 3. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then we received exhibits from Sacramento County. Once again, if any others who are planning cross-examination today have exhibits that you would like to send in, you can preferably upload them to the FTP site, or you can also email them to us. As usual today, Ms. Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. And if you are a witness today, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And then attorneys or cross-examiners, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to please bring up a particular exhibit as we have been doing. We are maintaining our time tracking, and my understanding is that the latest times have been uploaded to the hearing documents folder on the FTP site. And you will tell me today what order of cross-examination you plan to go in. I don't think I have that information yet, but we can turn to that after we hear from our summaries of direct testimony from our witnesses. And with all of that, which was pretty quick, I will look to the room to see if there are other procedural issues we should address before we bring up our panel 5 witnesses. If you would please raise your Zoom hand if there's anything we should address. Ms. Carroll, if we can please bring Ms. Carroll up to panelist.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just wanted to let you know that we are having a technical difficulty with one of our witnesses' computers. So if you would like to go forward with finding out the order of cross, that would give us a couple more minutes to complete our technical assistance with Mr. Murdoch.
That sounds fine. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Carroll. Thank you for letting me know. So then with that, if there are any other procedural issues, I will look to the room, any other procedural issues, or if there is a representative who would like to let me know who is planning for the local agency. I have, and you can reorder yourself as you see fit. But our default order is that the local agency parties, group 2, would be up first. Ms. Meserve, if we can please bring Ms. Meserve up to panelist.
Good morning. OSHA Reserve. I think I have the correct order that was informally agreed upon, which is, each day may be a little bit different with your indulgence.
Understood.
We have Najee from the DTEC group will be going first.
That's Ms. Thompson, right? Najee Thompson.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Michael Brodsky, and then Kelly Tabor, Austin Cho, then me, OSHA Meserve, and then Dean Ruiz. And I contacted Miss Desjardins, and I'm not sure if she has cross or not.
Understood. Thank you. And Ms. Meserve, since I have you, do you have an estimate of time? I know you're down on the list, so it's hard to estimate.
Yes. Ms. Thompson will have to say, I'm going to guess it was an hour, but I didn't have that note. I did have maybe an hour next to Ms. Tabor, and Mr. Cho said 10 minutes, and I probably have an hour, and Mr. Ruiz, I think it's going to be 5 to 10 minutes. So maybe the others that I'm not sure of could let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I'm going to look to, there we have Ms. Let's go ahead and bring up Ms. Thompson, please, to panelist.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so the order is correct. It would just be that I myself will be splitting the time with my colleague who's also a student attorney. And we should take probably about an hour, maybe a little bit more than that. Those are just the 2 points that we should address.
Thank you. And can you provide the name of your colleague?
Yes, it'll be Donna Castro.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
And I will look to, do we have, there's Mr. Brodsky. Mr. Brodsky is in the room. If we could please bring up Mr. Brodsky. I know this was a significant panel for you, so I'd be interested to know if you have an estimate of time. If we can promote Mr. Brodsky to panelist.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kunze. Michael Brodzky on behalf of Hood Community Council and Save the California Delta Alliance. I'm hoping for 2 to 2.5 hours. If it goes smoothly and I can get through it.
Wonderful. Thank you for that estimate.
Sure.
And I will look to Ms. Carroll. How are the technical difficulties?
Thank you. I think we've resolved them.
Okay, wonderful. I'll look to the room. Are there any other procedural issues before we bring up the panel 5 witnesses? We have one more. Mr. Moore, if we can please bring Mr. Moore up on camera. Good morning.
Good morning, and my apologies. I think I may have missed roll call while I was trying to navigate getting on today.
You missed nothing. We decided on a new order. I decided on a new order of
Yeah,
things
glad
where
to
we
hear.
take appearances as you speak for the first time. So welcome, and you have a chance to introduce yourself now.
Roger Moore on behalf of Protest California Water Impact Network. As regards to cross-examination today, my expectation is that my protest and colleagues will have the matter fully covered. Just as a precaution, if there's something at the end that I see unasked, I might have 5 to 10 minutes. And unlike yesterday when I had external exhibits to refer to it, I don't think it would be 10 minutes that will actually turn into 30 or 40. I think it will be a simple matter that may not happen at all, but I just wanted to be aware that it might.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Are there any other hands before we get started? Then with that, let's look to my team. Please bring up Adam Murdoch, Gwen Buchholz, and Jason Volk. And I will invite all 3 of you to come on camera and off mute. My intent will be to go ahead and administer the oath, and then I will hand things over to Ms. Carroll. Wonderful. I think we have all of you here. I will just start down the line if that's all right. And I will, well, Ms. Carroll, maybe you can introduce your witness and then I will one by one, and then I'll swear them in.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Today, we'll be hearing from panel 5, our engineering refinements panel, which consists of Mr. Adam Murdoch, Ms. Gwen Buchholz, and Mr. Jason Volk.
Thank you. So I will start with Mr. Murdoch. If you would come off mute and please raise your right hand. Mr. Murdoch, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Buchholz, if you would please come off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We didn't hear it. Was there an audio on that? We can't, let's see. I think there's an audio problem. You are off mute, but the microphone may not be working.
Let's try one thing.
Test it again. We're not receiving anything on our end.
We have an IT person coming to help.
Great. I will swear in Mr. Volk. We'll see if that microphone works. Mr. Volk, will you please come off mute and raise your right hand? Let's test it first. Can we hear you?
Hello, can you
Good
hear me?
morning. Okay, this works.
Okay.
Mr. Volk, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
We're going to try again.
And we can move forward. Ms. Carroll, it's up to we could troubleshoot, or if the witnesses are planning to summarize their direct testimony, we could go forward with that and then come back to Ms. Buchholz.
Yeah, we can move forward with Adam Murdoch's summary.
Wonderful. So is there a summary? Can you give me an exhibit number if there's a slide? Is there a slide presentation associated?
Yes, I can do that. The PowerPoint is DWR-00002E.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Carroll. Would
I
you like
apologize.
that's okay. Would you like us to bring up the slide
Yes, please.
presentation now? Okay. With that, when you're ready, Mr. Murdoch. Well, I think, Ms. Carroll, would you please have Mr. Murdoch identify his and confirm his written testimony as well in your introduction?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murdoch, thank you for coming today. I'm going to ask you a series of questions regarding your exhibits. First, is DWR-00001 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And then is DWR-00002 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
Is DWR-00002E a errata version of your PowerPoint and on screen right now?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then is DWR-00003 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then in developing your testimony and your opinion today, did you rely upon DWR exhibits 0004 through 00032?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And then did you also rely on various chapters of the final EIR that are cited in your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do those include Administrative Hearing Office exhibits 1005, 1006, 1007, 1015, 1052, 1099, 1163, and 1183?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murdoch.
Good morning, hearing officers and officer and members of the board. My name is Adam Murdoch. I am a registered professional civil engineer and a program manager at Jacobs Engineering Group. My career is focused on the design and construction management of large water conveyance projects in the water supply, stormwater, and wastewater industries. Over my career, I have had the pleasure of working with multiple water agencies across North America helping them solve critical water supply and infrastructure challenges with a diversity of solutions. Prior to joining the Delta Conveyance Authority as the engineering design manager, I served as Jacobs Global Director for their water, conveyance, and storage business supporting projects around the globe. Next slide, please. Here is an outline of my presentation today. I will start with giving you a quick overview of my testimony. Then I'll talk about the community input that was received early in the conceptual design phase of the project, which helped guide decisions related to the development of the Delta Conveyance project. Then I will specifically talk about the engineering considerations incorporated into the conceptual design to minimize community environmental concerns. Next slide, please. My written testimony, which is exhibit number DWR 00001, summarizes the project design approach utilized to minimize environmental impacts and community concerns. My testimony supports my opinion that the Department of Water Resources made a significant and concerted effort to address local community concerns. And my testimony supports my opinion that design refinements were made to avoid and minimize local project effects on noise, air quality, traffic, power, recreation, and existing land uses. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Department of Water Resources had requested the Delta Conveyance Authority to implement a stakeholder engagement committee, which is sometimes referred to as the SEC. The purpose of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee was to present and discuss planning efforts of the Delta Conveyance project and to listen to and receive public input prior to completing the conceptual design. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the Stakeholder Engagement Committee was initiated in 2019 to provide a forum for Delta stakeholders to provide input on technical and engineering issues of the Delta Conveyance project, identify engineering and design features to avoid or minimize adverse project effects, and to provide a forum for Stakeholder Engagement Committee members to relay information to other interest groups within their communities. Even though many members of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee did not support the project, and many comments that we received were not in support of the project, the information received was helpful to inform the design and incorporate their concerns into the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. The Stakeholder Engagement Committee included approximately 20 members from the public that included residents, business owners, and other interested parties, including 2 tribal representatives. The Stakeholder Engagement Committee held 19 meetings from November 2019 to December 2021. And in those meetings, 800 questions and comments were raised, which responses to those comments were provided. As an outcome of this process, the feedback received from the Stakeholder Engagement Committee led to the development of project refinements during design that addressed many of the concerns that were raised. This led to significant changes in the project and the reconfiguration and removal of certain project features. As indicated earlier, the Department of Water Resources could not accommodate not building the project, but did listen to and incorporate Stakeholder Engagement Committee input into the planning and conceptual design of the project. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of where the Stakeholder Engagement Committee input was incorporated into the design. It included the removal of barge landings, changes to the intake cofferdam construction phase to minimize impact-driven piles, which was accomplished with incorporating the use of vibratory piles, minimization of construction traffic on Hood-Franklin Road, which was accomplished with the use of a park and ride lot for construction workers and use of a separate intake access haul road used for construction traffic. Avoidance of using levee roads for heavy construction traffic, relocation of the tunnel maintenance shaft from Brack Track to Canal Ranch track, which moved the tunnel maintenance shaft away from Sandhill Crane Forage area, consideration of the Bethany Reservoir alternative, and consideration of a community benefits program and ombudsman program. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates some of the reasons we added the Bethany Reservoir alternative. Looking at the map shown on this slide, the tunnel alignment is shown with a yellow dashed line and a series of colored dots that represent the tunnel launch shafts, maintenance shafts, and reception shafts. On this map, you can see the close proximity of the tunnel to I-5, which is shown with a gray line and the symbol 5 on it. We listened to the comments about traffic on the smaller roads within the Delta and purposely moved the tunnel alignment to be near I-5 and avoid the heart of the Delta. The Bethany Reservoir alternative reduced the number of launch shafts for the tunnel boring machines from 3 sites down to 2 sites, which are shown by the green dots on the map representing the Twin Cities complex and the lower Roberts Island launch sites. The Bethany Reservoir alternative also eliminated the need for the southern forebay, which reduced the loss of over 1,000 acres of farmlands and wetlands. Ultimately, the Bethany Reservoir alternative was adopted as the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. An additional item that was added as a result of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee discussion was a community benefits program and an ombudsman program. The community benefits program is in addition to the regulatory mitigation program, and the Department of Water Resources is committing a $200 million fund to provide resources to direct benefits toward communities most impacted by implementation of the project. The community benefits program will fund actions that can help protect, enhance, and sustain the unique cultural, historical, recreational, agricultural, and economic values of the Delta. In addition, an ombudsman program was added to provide a single point of contact to streamline information and support claims and be a simplified claims process. As shown on this slide, the regulatory mitigation, community benefits program, and ombudsman program are 3 distinct separate but complementary activities. Next slide, please. I'd like to move to discussing some of the engineering considerations to minimize community environmental concerns. This is a list of guiding objectives that were developed as a result of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee and used during preliminary screening as we prepared the project descriptions and considered different conceptual designs for the Delta Conveyance project. The next series of slides will touch on these guiding objectives and how they were incorporated into the design. Next slide, please. This first slide shows how the project minimized disturbances to existing land uses based on the proximity of project features to existing residential areas, habitat, existing utilities, and geological conditions. To address these concerns, the conceptual design utilized a screening analysis to locate project facilities to minimize potential disturbances to land uses. We were also able to reduce the land use disturbance by eliminating a launch shaft site, taking the number of tunnel launch shaft sites from 3 down to 2, which contributes to a reduction of approximately 600 acres of land use. The project also restricts most construction to weekdays and daytime hours to minimize effects on the community and the environment. Next slide, please. Another consideration included minimizing construction traffic. This was accomplished by selecting a tunnel alignment that is close to I-5 and the Port of Stockton, which helps minimize the use of local roadways. The project will include the designation of specific access routes that contractors have to use for construction. Examples of this include the Intake Access Hall Road and the Bethany Reservoir Access Road. Construction site workers will be required to use the park and ride lots to access many of the construction sites. This will be enforced through the use of controlled security gates, where only designated vehicles will be allowed to have access to the construction site. The project will minimize the hauling of soil by stockpiling excavations on site and reusing soil on site to help balance the earthwork. We will also coordinate with the communities to minimize traffic use during festivals, fishing tournaments, and other recreational events. Next slide, please. I need to note on this slide that this is a slide that is an errata to this map that's shown on the slide here. It's been replaced with the roadway improvements for the Delta Conveyance project. In addition to the major project features associated with moving water, such as the intakes, the tunnel, and the pumping plant, the project also includes a number of roadway improvements to minimize traffic congestion. Examples of this includes widening local roadways and improvements to existing intersections used for construction access. Examples also include the installation of separate construction access roads, such as the new interchange on Byron Highway, a Bethany Complex Road to reduce traffic on Mountain House Road, and other improvements throughout the project area. Next slide, please. In addition to roadway traffic, the project also thought about navigation and traffic on the waterways. Initially, the conceptual design identified 2 barge landings to be used during construction of the tunnel launch shafts. However, these barge landings were eliminated due to comments from the Stakeholder Engagement Committee meetings. Construction of the intakes will be from the land side and not from the water side to allow the river to remain open to navigation and recreation, including boating and houseboats. Next slide, please. This slide looks at minimizing construction noise. To help reduce construction noise, vibratory pile driving, drilled piers, and tiebacks will be used to minimize the use of impact pile driving. Sound barriers will be required during construction around the intakes, the Bethany complex, and portions of the concrete batch plants. Next slide, please. We also reduced noise during operation of the project by incorporating the use of submerged, self-cleaning cylindrical T-screens at the intakes. The mechanical cleaning of these screens occur underwater, which helps reduce noise and does not include above water mechanical equipment that is typical of vertical flat plate screens that were also considered for the project. In addition, the project will require emergency generators, fans, and ductwork to be enclosed to minimize off-site operational noise. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'd like to talk about minimizing fugitive light effects. Construction will generally be limited to weekdays and daytime hours. All site lighting will be downcast and shielded and will be designed around dark skies design criteria as suggested during the Stakeholder Engagement Committee meetings. Next slide, please. Another concern and guiding objective of the project was to avoid conflicts with existing utilities caused by construction. To address this concern, a number of subsurface ground improvements will be used to stabilize soil and minimize settlement. The top of the tunnel is at least 100 feet below the ground, which helps avoid utility conflicts and also addresses settlement concerns. Additionally, the project will establish survey monuments along the project alignment that will be used to monitor settlement prior to and during construction. Next slide, please. As part of avoiding conflicts with existing infrastructure, a guiding objective included the protection of surface water and drainage facilities. Existing surface drainage facilities will be maintained in their designated corridors where feasible, or reconfigured such that they can maintain their existing function. Surface water rights will also be maintained by providing land continuity between the river and the property. An example of this is at the intakes where some of the local conveyance facilities will be modified to provide this continuity. Next slide, please. Existing infrastructure considerations also included the potential to overwhelm local emergency resources in responding to emergencies. To help reduce this concern, emergency facilities will be provided at the intakes, the 2 separate tunnel boring launch sites, and at the Bethany complex. These emergency response facilities will be fully staffed with fire engines, ambulances, helicopter pads, and rescue boats at the intakes. Next slide, please. Based on community input, another guiding objective included managing flood risks. All project features have been designed to accommodate the 200-year flood elevation, sea level rise, and climate change based on year 2100 estimates. At the tunnel boring machine launch sites, levee repairs will be made to the existing levees along Lower Roberts Island, and a separate ring levee will be constructed around the Twin Cities launch site. As a result of public comments received, a flood analysis was completed during planning to confirm the Twin Cities ring levee did not materially increase flood levels to surrounding property due to flooding of the combined Mokelumne and Cosumnes River watersheds. Construction of the intakes will also be permitted by the United States Army Corps of Engineers and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Next slide, please. The conceptual design of the project includes minimizing groundwater dewatering. This is accomplished with the construction of deep subsurface cutoff walls at the intakes, the Bethany complex, and the tunnel shafts to help isolate the movement of groundwater during construction. For example, the tunnel launch shafts will include the installation of diaphragm walls around the shafts, and then the excavation of the earth in the center of the shaft without the use of dewatering wells to draw down the adjacent groundwater. At the intakes, deep cutoff walls will also help isolate water in the sedimentation basin from the surrounding groundwater. Next slide, please. Another item of concern voiced by the community was the management of soil removed from the tunnel excavations, which we call reusable tunnel material, or RTM. Reusable tunnel material will be managed on site at the 2 launch shaft sites and will initially be placed in concrete-lined basins so that the soil can be tested and contained prior to stockpiling. Each site includes the capacity to manage 6 weeks of excavated soil per tunnel launch. If the material is determined to be hazardous after it is tested, then it will be transported to a licensed disposal site. Managing and stockpiling of all the reusable tunnel material on site helps minimize traffic concerns, considering if all of this material had to be transported and hauled off-site. Next slide, please. To help reduce emissions from construction equipment and minimize activities that degrade air quality, the project will require the use of zero emissions and high efficiency engines. The project also includes ride-shared facilities for the intakes, Lower Roberts Island, and reception and maintenance shafts, where electric buses will be used to transport construction workers from the ride-share lots to the construction site. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to talk about the measures used to help minimize the creation of dust. The project has included a significant number of ground improvements to minimize the need for over-excavation and removal and replacement of poor soils material that can generate and create fugitive dust caused by the handling and transportation of these soils. The project also requires portions of the concrete batch plants to be enclosed to help reduce dust created by the handling of cement, aggregate, and sand to make concrete. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I'd like to say that in my opinion, the Department of Water Resources made a significant and concerted effort to address local Delta concerns related to the effects of the Delta Conveyance project. As presented here and in my testimony, the project made notable design refinements to avoid and minimize local construction and operation effects of concern. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. And Ms. Carroll, who do we have next?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, we were hoping that maybe we could test Ms. Buchholz's sound before we proceed with Mr. Volk's testimony.
Great, let's do that. Ms. Buchholz, if you are invited to come on camera and unmute. I'm not hearing any audio.
Let me try my audio. I apologize for this.
Now it's quiet. Let's see. Maybe speak again.
Okay,
It's very quiet, so I don't know if there's a way to turn up.
let's try this again.
That's wonderful. Good.
Okay, we finally figured it out. I do apologize.
Oh no, thank you for working through that. Since I have you on screen and on audio, I will
Yes.
go ahead and administer the oath mostly because I'm afraid I'll forget if we leave it to later. If you would please, Ms. Buchholz, raise your right hand.
Okay,
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the audio is working, so I will turn things back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kinsey. While I have Ms. Buchholz, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask her about her exhibits. Ms. Buchholz, I just wanted to ask, is DWR 00033 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes,
Thank you. And is DWR 00034 a true and correct copy of your CV?
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. Okay, then I'd like to move to Mr. Jason Volk. Okay, Mr. Volk, thank you. Is DWR Exhibit 00700 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
It is.
Thank you. Is DWR 00701 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Is DWR Exhibit 00701 a true and correct copy of your original PowerPoint?
It is.
Thank you. Is DWR-00701E a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint with errata?
It is.
Thank you. And is DWR-00702 a true and correct copy of your CV?
It is.
Thank you. And in developing your testimony, did you rely upon the following DWR exhibits, starting with DWR 00001?
Yes.
And then DWR 00703 through 715?
Yes.
And then finally DWR-00804?
Yes.
And then in developing your testimony, did you also rely on the following administrative hearing officer exhibits? Those are exhibits 1183 through 1188.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. And if we could please pull up Mr. Volk's PowerPoint as DWR-00701E. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Good morning, hearing officer and members of the board. My name is Jason Volk, and I am a principal noise specialist at ICF. I have 24 years of professional experience in analysis of noise and vibration, including impact assessment and mitigation design under the California Environmental Quality Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. Today, I'll describe our approach to the Delta Conveyance noise analysis and the reasoning behind the thresholds used in the impact analysis and approach to mitigation in the final environmental impact report. I just want to note that there is one slide that is revised from the original version of this slide deck, and I will let you know when we get to that slide. Next slide, please. This is an outline of the topics for my testimony today. First, a background on sound level and study methods used in the final environmental impact report and this testimony. Then I will describe sound level monitoring ICF conducted for the Delta Conveyance. I'll describe noise standards set by the Department of Water Resources for temporary construction and permanent operations. Then I'll discuss conclusions from the final environmental impact report in regard to impacts and mitigation. On the next slide, I describe my opinions based on my analysis in the final environmental impact report and my testimony. Next slide, please. I prepared a model to predict noise levels from construction and operation of the project. And this was used to determine locations where noise from Delta Conveyance construction and operation would exceed limits set by the Department of Water Resources. I also participated in development of mitigation measures to minimize or avoid impact. As I state in my testimony, the noise level limits and mitigation for the Delta Conveyance are reasonable and appropriate. 2 points that I will emphasize. First, we modeled the worst case conditions from a noise perspective regarding heavy construction, pile driving, and operation. Second, in regard to standards, construction noise is exempt from local codes during daytime hours. Exemptions are provided for construction because of the essential nature of construction work. Local codes do regulate noise from construction during nighttime hours because during night hours people are more sensitive to noise. Even though noise is exempt from local codes, the Department of Water Resources set a limit for construction noise during the daytime hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. out of recognition of the scale and duration of the Delta Conveyance project, as well as the rural setting of the Delta. On the next slide, I will describe the methodology used to determine potential noise impacts. Next slide, please. Now I will describe the methods ICF used in the noise study, starting with ambient sound level monitoring. To determine the extent of the increase that the Delta Conveyance would have on ambient sound levels, ICF set out sound level meters to gather data on existing ambient levels where Delta Conveyance infrastructure is proposed. ICF set up monitors to measure sound levels continuously at 14 sites in the Delta for a minimum of 24 hours to characterize how sound levels vary through the day and night at different locations. Using information provided by Department of Water Resources about the use of pile drivers, trucks, and other types of heavy construction equipment, we used a geographic noise model called SoundPlan to model worst case scenarios for the extent of pile driving and construction activity. We set up SoundPlan to calculate noise levels during the hour of loudest construction activity. And using this information, we created maps of noise exposure, which are presented in the final environmental impact report. I included some of these maps in my testimony today. This modeling evaluated the extent of where noise limits set by Department of Water Resources are exceeded, and the receptors where this occurs, such as residences, schools, and recreation areas. To evaluate potential impacts, it is important to understand the ambient sound levels under existing conditions to make comparisons. On the next slide, we'll talk about sound levels measured in the Delta. Next slide, please. In the Delta, everyday noise comes from many different sources. Traffic on local roads and I-5, aircraft overflights, motorboats, agricultural equipment, areas of commercial activity, and gunfire at local hunting clubs on a seasonal basis. ICF set up sound level meters in 2 locations near the community of Hood. We measured sound levels shown in this table. During the daytime, that is between the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the sound level meters recorded an average level of 52 decibels between the 2 meters. That is in terms of the average sound level measured during 1 hour of the day. The range of hourly averages measured during the day had a range of 49 to 57 decibels. During the nighttime, between the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., the sound level meters recorded an average sound level of 48 decibels between the 2 meters. During the night, the range in hourly levels was 41 to 51 decibels. Now, to put these ambient levels in perspective, let's look at another table to make some comparisons. Next slide, please. This table shows different sound level magnitudes in decibels and activities associated with each decibel value. It's important to understand that sound levels decrease in intensity with increasing distance from a noise source. As such, distance is very important when talking about noise from a defined source. However, sometimes noise levels are from many different sources, so it's not always practical to measure the distance from many different sources. In those cases, sound level can be measured to characterize an environment, such as a quiet urban daytime setting shown in the table here with a value of 50 decibels. As you recall from the previous slide, the level in the Delta community of Hood was measured to be 52 decibels during the day and 48 decibels at night. As such, the sound level in Hood can be compared to a quiet urban setting. Another important value in the table is 60 decibels, which is the background level, where speech at a normal voice volume can be understood at a conversational distance of 6 feet. In other words, if you have 2 people standing some distance away from a road with some level of traffic, and you took a sound level meter and measured 60 decibels at that location, these 2 people would be able to have a conversation and be understood by one another speaking at a normal voice volume without shouting. This is based on speech intelligibility studies reported by the Environmental Protection Agency. The sound level of 60 decibels, where normal speech can take place, is used as the daytime noise limit in the final environmental impact report, as we will discuss further. To conduct the analysis, we evaluated the available guidance for daytime and nighttime noise standards. Next slide, please. The first step in conducting the noise analysis was to determine the levels of significance to use in the environmental impact report. These were categorized in terms of temporary construction and permanent operation. Department of Water Resources chose a limit of 60 decibels for construction during the daytime hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. This was a reasonable and conservative threshold to choose, given that construction is exempt from local noise standards if it is done during the daytime hours. The Federal Transit Administration Guidance Manual says that 80 decibels is a reasonable criteria for situations where local jurisdictions do not set a limit on construction noise. For these reasons, 60 decibels is reasonable. The level of 60 decibels, as we saw earlier, is equivalent to normal speech at a distance of 6 feet. Department of Water Resources chose a limit of 50 decibels for construction during nighttime hours from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. In large part, construction would not be done during the night at intakes, except for limited situations where concrete pours would be done, as described by Mr. Murdoch in his testimony. Department of Water Resources also needed to set an operation standard. Permanent operation of the Delta Conveyance would include pumps that would run for long periods of time to convey water through the tunnel network. The Delta Conveyance operation sources would be fixed in location and located inside of buildings or underground. Mufflers and barriers would be used to manage exhaust noise. The operations would be mitigated to comply with local noise standards. Next slide, please. I will now summarize our conclusions from the final environmental impact report. And this is the slide that was revised that as I indicated in the beginning of this testimony. Project operations is less than significant, as I just described, because any required noise reduction measures would be engineered into buildings housing Delta Conveyance infrastructure. Construction would intermittently exceed 60 decibels due to pile driving and use of heavy equipment. This would occur at outdoor areas and not inside the home, the 60 decibel level. However, with mitigation, as we'll discuss, there are several options to reduce noise both outside and inside the home. Over the next several slides, I will discuss the potential impacts from construction in the area and around the residences in the North Delta. The final environmental impact report evaluated all areas surrounded project infrastructure where potential noise exposure from the project would occur. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the Sacramento River, which shows the locations of the North Delta intakes on the east bank of the river. The footprint for each of the intakes are shown as gray rectangles, and the view shows their locations relative to Hood Franklin Road, I-5, and the population center of Hood. The analysis in the final environmental impact report covered a distance of 2 miles from locations of project construction. Next, we will discuss the sources of construction noise. Next slide, please. The sources of construction noise are in 2 main categories: pile driving and heavy equipment. During pile driving of the cofferdams and foundation piles at the intakes, vibratory hammering and augering of piles will be used wherever it's feasible to use these methods. These methods produce less noise than impact hammer methods. However, it's anticipated the use of impact-driven piles will be necessary in some cases. For each intake, pile driving would occur intermittently. Pile driving is scheduled to require 21 months to complete at each of the intakes on a non-consecutive basis. Heavy construction equipment such as earth movers and heavy trucks would be used for the build-out of the intakes, which is expected to occur over the course of 12 years. Heavy equipment would also be used intermittently, and overall the noise levels from heavy equipment would be lower than during the pile driving phase of construction. The modeling in the final environmental impact report depicts the worst case from a noise perspective based on project data provided by the Delta Conveyance Authority. Since use of pile drivers and equipment would be intermittent, the model results describe Delta Conveyance construction noise during the loudest hour of the day. On the next slide, I will describe modeling results. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial view of the Sacramento River and the locations of intakes, with sound level contours superimposed on the aerial view depicting model results from the pile driving phase at the intakes. This figure shows the location of the 60 decibel and 50 decibel construction sound level contours around the intakes. The 60 decibel contour is shown with purple shading, and the 50 decibel is shown as a dashed purple line. Residences are shown as brown dots. The sound levels describe noise exposure outside the home, not inside. This graphic depicts where construction noise would exceed DWR set limits during pile driving. As noted earlier, pile driving would occur on a non-consecutive basis for 21 months during the build-out of the intake structures. There would be 117 residences where noise from pile driving would exceed 60 decibels, but only 25 of these would exceed 65 decibels. 13 of the 117 residences would exceed 70 decibels, and the maximum noise level would be 73 decibels at one residence. Note that while the maximum value of 73 decibels would exceed the DWR limit, this would be less than the FTA, that the Federal Transit Administration guidance of an 80 decibel limit for construction noise. It is also important to understand that these levels do not include any mitigation. The next slide will present the model results for heavy construction. Next slide, please. This aerial view is like the previous slide, showing the locations of the intakes and sound level contours, but here the sound level contours are for noise exposure from heavy construction equipment for the long-term build-out of the Delta Conveyance intakes. That's without pile driving. Here, a total of 9 residences would exceed the daytime limit of 60 decibels at the intakes. On the next slide, I will describe available options to reduce construction noise through mitigation measures in the final environmental impact report in my testimony. Next slide, please. Mitigation is described in the final environmental impact report. The measures include testing of piles and updated sound level modeling to accurately reflect construction methods at the site during project field investigations. This is an important step before providing direct mitigation so that mitigation can be properly targeted to residents that would be impacted by noise from the build-out of Delta Conveyance. Sound level monitoring is also available through an ombudsman who would be available to address any complaints and implement other measures such as localized barriers and enclosures. Sound installation building improvements are available where long-term construction at exterior areas of residences would exceed 60 decibels. Department of Water Resources is committed to providing mitigation to the impacted residences. However, Department of Water Resources cannot require a person to modify their house. So affected residents would need to agree to participate in residence-oriented measures. In conclusion, Department of Water Resources set a conservative and reasonable limit for assessment of construction noise and is taking reasonable measures to minimize noise in Delta communities. Based on modeling, sound levels during construction would be intermittently noticeable, exceeding the Department of Water Resources limit for daytime noise, which is equivalent to the sound level of normal speech. Department of Water Resources does not anticipate that noise from construction would interfere with daily activities. However, in situations where the Department of Water Resources set noise limit is exceeded, the Department of Water Resources is committed to provide mitigation to minimize noise levels, such as improvements to reduce interior sound levels in the home, as well as other measures to reduce noise levels in outdoor locations. Thank you. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. And I will turn back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Excuse me. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. That concludes the direct testimony for panel 5. We do request that we take a brief break before we proceed with cross-examination.
That sounds fine. Let's please do that. We'll go ahead and take 10 minutes and resume at 10:15. See you
Thank
then.
you.
Welcome back. It's 10:15. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. And I see we have Ms. Carroll, we have Mr. Volk, Ms. Buchholz. Let me change my view here. Mr. Murdoch. I think for purposes of cross, my understanding is Ms. Thompson or Ms. Castor will be up first, but based on our pattern of last week, not last week, yesterday, I think if I can ask my team to go ahead and move Ms. Morris to panelist so she can introduce herself, and she will have her own audio controls. And then Mr. Krieger, you will be next.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if we would please bring up Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Krieger, and we'll make sure you have your own audio control.
Thank you.
And then with that, let's please bring up Ms. Thompson, who we have already heard from.
Good morning. Would it be okay if we also brought up my colleague, Dana, as well?
Of course, let's please bring up Ms. Castro, and if you're able, thank you for raising your hand. That makes it easier on us. And please feel free to come on camera and unmute and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be here. My name is Zana Castro Galindo, co-counsel with Najee Thompson, and I am also a student attorney for the Yale Law Environmental Justice and Advocacy Clinic with our supervising attorney, Stephanie Safdie.
Thank you. Good morning. And then Ms. Thompson and Ms. Galindo, as you're ready, please go ahead and ask your questions of this panel.
Thank you. So I'll be starting for DTEC. And I'd like to first start with directing my questions to Ms. Goltz. When you're ready. So my first question is, you're currently a consultant with the DCA, correct?
That is true.
And you're currently an environmental consultant?
That is true.
And in this role, you're familiar with the developmental aspects and the regulatory aspects of the Delta Conveyance Project, or the DCP?
For the DCA, yes.
For the DCA?
Yes.
Okay. So then let's take these two aspects in turn. I'd like to start with your role in consulting on the regulatory permitting. So there's different regulations, laws, and statutes that govern water projects like the DCP?
Yes.
And as a regulatory consultant, you're familiar with the regulations, laws, and statutes?
I'm familiar with many of them, yes.
And you're familiar with the regulations that are housed in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
I'm familiar with the Water Quality Control Plan, but not in details.
Did you review the DCA's engineering plan for compliance with regulatory statutes like water quality or flow requirements?
We're working with the engineering aspects of this, not the operational aspects of the project. Those are analyzed in the final EIR chapter 8, I believe.
So you did not review the engineering requirements for the for water flow.
For the operational standpoint, no. For construction, yes.
And that did not include water quality or flow requirements?
Not for operations, no.
But for construction, yes?
For construction, I did, yes. Operations should be related to panel number 2.
Okay, right now I'm asking you about construction.
Okay,
So, and only about construction.
That's-
So when reviewing the DCA's work, you looked for compliance in the construction realm for like water quality standards and flow requirements that govern the Bay Delta area.
if the construction,
Objection.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms.
Broad.
Morris.
Thank you. And objection broad, ambiguous as to what water quality standards and what aspect of flow we're talking about.
That's fair. Ms. Thompson, can you be more specific about which water quality requirements and flow requirements you're referring to in your question?
Yes. So when reviewing the DCA's work, did you look at water quality standards or flow requirements that are housed within the Bay Delta Plan?
there are many water quality requirements housed in the Bay Delta Plan. Could you please provide more detail?
Did you look at any of those at all?
With respect to construction only,
Now, if those water quality standards or flows for the Sacramento River were to change, would those aspects of the DCP have to change as well to be in compliance?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to changes and what are we talking the changes to the Bay Delta Plan?
It calls for speculation.
Sustained. Ms. Thompson, if you could rephrase the question to clarify what you mean by change.
Sure.
Thank you.
If water quality standards or flow requirements were to raise in the Sacramento River, would aspects of the DCP's engineering have to also change to be in compliance with those raises?
Objection. I'm not sure what's raising. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's questions unclear and I'm concerned about the record. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Morris. I think here, Ms. Thompson, if it would be, what we need here is to focus on a particular water quality requirement because there are so many. That would give a more clear record that we're looking for here.
Okay. We can move on to the developmental. Just give me a moment. We can move on to the developmental aspects of your work. You consulted as an environmental liaison for the DCA.
yes,
And in this role, you did work involving the Stakeholder Engagement Committee.
yes,
You attended meetings,
yes,
and the purpose of these meetings was for the SEC members to provide input and feedback on the DCA's engineering issues.
that's true.
And members were told that their comments for these meetings would not be tracked for CEQA purposes.
That's true.
And SEC members were able to ask questions.
Yes,
And part of your role in the SEC was to answer those members' questions.
there were some questions that I provided responses to. Yes,
Do you recall hearing that there were frustrations around the responses to these questions?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Vague as a frustration.
I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead, Ms. Buchholz, to the best of your ability.
at the SEC meeting, we reviewed the responses that we provided in writing ahead of the meetings. We listened to further comments on both the original questions and also the responses, and those were also recorded.
I understand that, but do you recall hearing if there were any frustrations surrounding this process?
There were, as you would note in the meeting notes, there were some comments that some participants were frustrated. We acknowledged that.
Were you aware that several SEC members resigned or left the committee before its end date?
I attended those meetings, yes.
And you're aware that at least Could we please pull up DTEC 001? Thank you. Are you familiar with this document?
I remember seeing this document back in 2021.
If we could go to the top of page 2, please.
And just a pause, Ms. Morris, I see you have a hand.
Yes, thank you. While we're looking for that page, as a point of clarification, when exhibits are uploaded for cross-examination, when are they going to be available on the FTP? Because I'm currently looking at the FTP site for DTEC, and this exhibit does not appear to be in the FTP folder.
It's not. I believe what we will be simultaneously moving this over to the FTP folder. Our usual practice with cross-examination exhibits is to wait and make sure they actually are brought up. We don't move them over before they're brought up. So I believe, and I will look to my team for confirmation, that we should be simultaneously, to the extent we can do more than one thing at once, moving this over to the FTP site so you will be able to see it in full.
DTEC.
But the clarification.
DTEC 001 has been added to DTEC's exhibit folder.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And thank you, Ms. Morris, for that question. Back to you, Ms. Thompson.
Yes, sorry. Can we actually scroll? I know I asked to scroll to the top of page 2, but can we scroll back to the top of page 1 just for a moment to get on the record what this document is? Thank you. Now, this document is a resignation letter, correct?
That's what the first paragraph says, yes.
And it came from one of the SEC members.
I would have to see the signature. But Restore the Delta did participate, yes.
Now, can we please scroll just actually to the bottom of page 1? The very bottom. Yes, thank you. Yes, there, perfect. So if you look at this final paragraph at the bottom of page 1, it reads, our frustration and reasons for resignation are in response to DWR's input, leadership, and treatment of the more serious impacts that will impact the Delta communities, but especially environmental justice communities. Am I reading that correctly?
Those are the words.
And this letter expresses frustration around the lack of DWR's responses to tunnel construction and operational impacts.
The words say with construction and operation.
Sorry?
The words say with construction and operation of the, you'd have to go to the next page.
Sure, can we go to the next page? Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. We can pull this down now. Thank you so much for pulling it up. Now, multiple SEC members resigned, correct?
I don't remember how many.
Okay, can we pull up DWR 0004, please? And you can go to PDF page 13. Thanks. We scroll down just a little so that we can get the full roster in screen. Perfect. Thank you so much. So now looking in the tender column, and if you look at lines 1, 3, 11, 14, and I believe 21 and 23. Do you see those lines? I can go over them again if you need.
No, I see those lines.
So then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 6 members of the SEC resigned before the end of the before the end of the committee's date.
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence. There's been no foundation laid that the tenure has anything to do with resignation.
I can rephrase it.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
So 6 members left the committee before the end of the tenure date.
That is what this table shows, yes.
And these members were not replaced.
It was just that time the SEC just it was not replaced, no.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'd like to turn to Mr. Murdoch now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Mr. Murdoch, you're the engineering design manager for the DCP.
Yeah, for the DCA that's overseeing the Delta Conveyance project. Yes, I am.
Okay. And in this role, you have responsibilities like planning and designing the tunnel.
I have responsibilities overseeing the engineering team that is working on all aspects of engineering related to the Delta Conveyance project.
So this role includes overseeing teams that design and plan the tunnel, or does it include more?
Yes, it does.
So this role does not include personally doing community outreach?
My role right now does not.
And on direct examination, you spoke about the DCA's stakeholder engagement committee, the SCC.
Correct.
And 2 of the DCA directors acted as chair and vice chair for this committee.
I was not present during the stakeholder engagement committee meetings. I would like to refer to Ms. Gwen Buchholz if she.
Sure, we can. However, just quickly for you, Mr. Murdoch, did you review any of the materials related to the SEC?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically review hearing, meeting notes, like those sorts of things?
I reviewed summaries and which are included in the exhibits submitted as part of my testimony.
Then can we pull up DWR 0004, please, and go to page 4? We could, yes, right there. That's perfect. Thank you. So Mr. Murdoch, here in this first full paragraph, it says 2 members. Sorry, Mr. Murdoch, did you review this document for preparation today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So then here in this first full paragraph, it says 2 members of the DCA directors acted as chair and vice chair. Am I reading that correctly?
Yep. Yes, that's what it says.
And you were not one of those 2 directors?
No, I am not.
And you did not personally attend an SEC meeting?
No, I did not.
Thank you. So we could just turn now and focus on the relationship between DWR and the DCA. These are 2 separate entities.
Yes.
Sorry, just for a moment. We can also pull down the exhibit. Thank you so much. So these are 2 separate entities. And DWR is the proponent of the DCP.
Yes.
And DWR is in charge of the CEQA review for the DCP.
Yes, they are.
And the DCA designed the proposed DCP and alternatives that were requested by DWR.
Yes, the DCA provided conceptual designs.
And it's DWR that has the final say on all engineering aspects of the DCP.
Yes, they are providing oversight.
So if we could pull up DWR 0001, please, and go to PDF page 9. Thank you. Ms. Murdoch, this is your testimony, correct?
Yes, it is.
So looking at lines 8 through 9 on this page, it states that this is a list of the DCP's engineering considerations to minimize community and environmental effects. Correct.
Yeah. Are you referring to the lines below 8 and 9? Or
No. I'm just referring to the title there, and 8 and 9.
Yes, the title.
Yes.
Yep.
And if we look down this bulleted list, and we can feel free to scroll if needed, that this list contains the full important engineering objectives for the DCP.
These are some of the guiding objectives that were used and as presented in my presentation today.
And are these the objectives that you and your teams relied upon when designing the DCP?
Yes, these objectives were considered and looked at as the conceptual design was put together.
And this list of objectives does not contain minimizing effects on environmental justice communities.
Objection misstates testimony.
Overruled.
This list does not include environmental justice. Whether that was.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, please finish your thought.
I would say that this list is not inclusive of probably all of the objectives that were considered when the conceptual design was put together.
And this list is the list that you brought here and prepared for testimony today. Is that correct?
This is part of my testimony, yes.
And this list also does not include minimizing effects on tribal nations?
This list does not include that. However, there are permit conditions that are being proposed that would include tribal.
Just looking at this list here, is it these are the primary objectives?
Objection misstates testimony asked and answered.
I'll ask Mr. Murdoch, would you describe this list as the primary objectives of the defined for the DCP project description?
This list is a list of input that we received from the Stakeholder Engagement Committee meetings that helped develop the guiding objectives when we looked at the conceptual design of the project.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Could we pull up DWR 00013, please? And if we could just scroll down slightly, just a little more. Yes, the 10 engineering objectives. Could we have those on frame, please? Thank you. Now, this list here states 10 engineering objectives for DWR, or for the DCP, excuse me.
Yes, it does.
And these objectives were given to the DCA by DWR?
I'd like to, I guess as these objectives were developed, I was not part of the team at that time. I guess I'd like to ask Miss Gwen Buchholz if she recalls exactly how they were given to us.
Yes. The excuse me. These items were part of our beginning of our 10 engineering objectives that we looked at in the development of alternatives for DWR. There were many siting studies that are described in our engineering documents and also for the stakeholder engagement committee process that uses these for some of our screening criteria.
Just to redirect you both to my question, it's if these objectives were given to the DCA by DWR. If you look just underneath the line here, it says DWR charged the DCA with attempting the following objectives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So now, Mr. Murdoch, this list here, and if you want to familiarize yourself with all 10 of them here, they're similar to the list that you testified about today, in your professional opinion?
Ms. Mullen,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Murdoch. Ms. Mullen, can we zoom in a little bit on this list? Please. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Murdoch, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, those include some of the guidance objectives that I discussed today.
And would it be fair to say that these objectives mainly focus on the effects from construction and engineering of the DCP?
I would say that as the conceptual design was being developed for the project, these guiding objectives were considered as the alternatives were developed and the screening analysis occurred.
Would you say, in your professional opinion, that these objectives mainly focus on construction effects and engineering effects from the DCP as opposed to operational effects?
I would say that they included both construction and operation effects.
Would you say they mainly focus on one of those two or no, in your professional opinion?
I don't have an opinion of that.
Okay. Could we please pull up DWR 0008 and go to page 2? Could we scroll down slightly just to get to the objectives? Yes, conceptual, just a bit more, just get them all in. Yes, perfect, thank you. So now if we look at the bottom of this list, it includes 2 extra objectives that were included in the past exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
And these objectives include minimizing effects on environmental justice communities as defined by DWR.
Yes, they do.
And it also includes minimizing effects to sensitive areas identified by tribal representatives as defined by DWR.
Yes, they do.
And these 2 objectives were not explicitly stated in your testimony today?
They were not.
And these two objectives were not explicitly stated on the Y Bethany document or the exhibit that we just saw.
They were not.
And nowhere in your testimony did you give DWR's definition of an environmental justice community?
Not in my testimony.
And nowhere in your testimony did you give DWR's definition of what a sensitive site for tribal representatives might be?
Not in my testimony.
Your testimony also does not list specific impacts on environmental justice communities.
Objection misstates the witness's testimony.
Overruled.
My testimony did not include that.
Your testimony did not include specific impacts on disadvantaged communities.
That was not included in my testimony.
Isn't it true that SEC members raised multiple concerns regarding environmental justice communities?
Objection. Could we be clear for the record which concerns we're talking about?
Ms. Thompson, if you would please identify the concerns, and also if, for me, please define what you mean by environmental justice communities.
Sure.
Thank you.
Could we pull up, is it okay to, if we pull up an exhibit in
Sure,
order to?
of course.
Okay, thank you. Can we pull up DWR 0008, please?
I believe we're there.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you. Could we go to page 1625? Apologies, actually, can we go to page 1642? Apologies. And then if we could just scroll to paragraph, the 5th paragraph, please.
What does it start with?
Starting with, give me 1 second. Just one moment, please. Apologies. It should start with CEQA concerns. Yes, Mr. Wallace said CEQA.
Thank you.
Is it possible to scroll to the beginning of this section to see what the context is for this document?
Yes, let's do that. Ms. Mullen, if you can just scroll up until we get to the top of whatever this document is. There we go. And does that orient you as well, Ms. Morris?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And let's go, I don't know how many pages it was. Thank you, Ms. Mullen, if you can remember. It started with Mr. Wallace. There we are.
Now, reading, apologies, give me 1 moment so I can also orient myself. Okay. Thinking back to the concerns that may have been raised by SEC members, would concerns such as water quality have been raised by the SEC members in these meetings?
I was not part of those meetings. I'd like to refer to Ms. Buchholz.
Sure, but before we do that, Mr. Murdoch, you reviewed exhibits to be prepared to testify today?
Sorry, the audio was breaking up. Will you please repeat that?
Yes, you reviewed materials on the SEC to be able to testify today.
Yes, I reviewed some materials on the SEC.
Okay. Ms. Buchholz, were concerns such as water quality brought up in regards to environmental justice communities?
There was discussion of water quality during the SEC, and I don't remember the environmental justice presentations specifically at this time, but throughout the process, there was a concern or during operations.
Sorry. Were there also concerns around air quality?
Air quality was discussed in the SEC meetings.
Now, looking at this paragraph here, were there concerns that CEQA might not properly capture environmental justice communities' concerns that they were raising?
Objection calls for speculation.
Vague is to properly capture.
Try the question again, Ms. Thompson.
Sure. We're looking at using this paragraph to refresh your memory if needed. Were CEQA, or excuse me, were SEC members uncertain about CEQA's ability to address things like air quality or water quality?
If I remember right, and I'm looking at this and remembering the meetings, there was the participants, several of the participants wanted to just make sure that CEQA and subsequently, as you says in the NEPA, would address environmental justice, water quality, and all the other environmental resources. And in the following paragraph, Ms. Buckman from DWR addressed that process.
So then, yes, that's a yes to my question.
Yes, they were concerned, and the SEC committee then subsequently discussed how that would be handled, or the DWR actually handled that.
Turning back to you, Mr. Murdoch, and we can also pull down DWR, the exhibit. Thank you again for navigating it. Looking back at mentions of tribes in your testimony, Mr. Murdoch, your testimony does not address specific impacts to sensitive areas identified by tribes.
My testimony did not cover impacts to tribes. I guess I would like to point out that there are permit terms that are being proposed that will be used to address tribal impacts.
And looking at your testimony again here today, it does not describe specific plans for tribal monitoring at construction sites.
My testimony does not include that, but the part of the permit terms would include that.
So no, your testimony does not.
And if I may add, the mitigation measures in chapter 32 of the EIR also address that, and that would be part of our requirements for construction.
An objection is the question asked and answered and also misstates the witness's testimony.
I think we have that testimony was asked and answered. So thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Buchholz and Mr. Murdoch, you're familiar that Assembly Bill 52 requires formal, meaningful government-to-government consultation with tribes for projects like the DCP?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled, you can answer based on your understanding and expertise, please.
We are aware of D2.
And you're aware that DWR mailed out formal ABA 52 notifications for the Delta Conveyance project on January 15th of 2020?
that is described in Chapter 32 of the EIR.
And you're aware that the notice of preparation was released in December of 2019?
I do not believe that's the right date. It was either January or February of 2020.
Okay, so it was released later than December of 2019.
Yes,
And this notice of preparation, it includes descriptions of a proposed project.
the notice included at that time with the DWR included their proposed project in accordance with CEQA guidelines.
And it will include things like the proposed area for the project.
The notice of preparation included the general alignments and the type of the project, general description, and the general alignments of areas that could be affected. Yes.
And this notice of preparement must have been made without formal tribal consultation. True?
I would not. I was involved in that at that time, so I could not answer that.
Okay. Turning back to you, Mr. Murdoch.
Yes.
Were concerns brought up in the SEC process considered during the DCA's design of the DCP?
What concerns are you referring to?
That could be water quality, air quality, HABs, harmful algal blooms.
Are those the specific ones that you're referring to?
Yes.
I would ask Miss Gwen Buchholz to answer that, as I was not present during those meetings.
Sure, Ms. Buchholz, do you have?
The SEC was focused on looking at design and construction aspects of the project and not the operational aspects of the project. So with respect to air quality, we looked at and presented and discussed information that would be air quality impacts that could occur due to the construction activities. Same thing for water quality. We looked at it primarily associated with stormwater pollution prevention plans. And we did not look at operation and discuss operational issues in the SEC.
Isn't it true that SEC members were concerned about cumulative impacts of DC?
There were concerns that were raised. However, the DCA is focused totally on design and construction. And we did not discuss the operations that would be analyzed in the EIR and described by DWR.
Mr. Murdoch or Ms. Buchholz, are you familiar with the state of California's Cal EnviroScreen tool that's maintained by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment?
I am generally familiar with it, but I have not used it.
Are you aware that this tool is a mapping tool that helps identify disadvantaged communities that represent 25% of the highest scoring census tracts in California?
I am not familiar with the details of that.
So then it's safe to say that the environmental and like Cal EnviroScreen was not used in planning and design of the DCA or of the DCP.
Objection misstates testimony.
I think that's fair, but Ms. Thompson, will you try it again? I understand what you're getting at. I think the problem here is that Ms. Buchholz was speaking to her own knowledge of the tool, not necessarily the entire planning team.
Do you know if the Cal EnviroScreen tool was used in the planning of the DCP?
We received in chapter 29, or chapter 29 of the EIR, the group of analysis was for environmental justice. During the preparation of the DCA alternatives, it was part of the siting issues was to protect communities of all types. And we received permission from DWR at chapter 29 of the EIR in that process. But we did not do the DCA did not do that analysis. DWR work with different tools, and I don't know if they used that tool in the environmental justice analysis.
And Ms. Pulse, just as a note, if you would make sure to be close to your microphone, there are
Okay.
some times when you were cutting in and out. I think really sometimes it picks up when you have to be right on top of it. So
I apologize.
Ms. Thompson, to you.
So just to be clear, then you don't know if Cal EnviroScreen was used in the process of planning the DCP.
I do not know.
Turning back to you, Mr. Murdoch. When you're
Yes.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the mitigation testimony that you gave today. In your opinion, as an expert and as a professional, could the assumptions about the impacts that you discussed today and the mitigation efforts you discussed today be affected by federal executive actions such as tariffs or executive orders?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to what executive orders, also overly broad and not relevant.
Calls for speculation.
Ms. Thompson, can you be more specific, please?
Sure. Okay. Let's take, for example, electric vehicles. In mitigation efforts surrounding the park and rides, it's discussed in DWR, if we could pull it up, actually, DWR 00014 on page 1. And if we look in that second column, or in the second row in the third column, looking down at the 5th bullet point, it begins with just give me one moment, sorry. I'm sorry, excuse me, looking at the 4th bullet point, it begins with employees at intakes. Here it mentions that employees will likely take electric buses from their park and rides to like play areas like of intakes and tunnel maintenance. So looking at, for example, electric vehicles, would the mitigation efforts of using an electric bus be affected by tariffs on electric vehicles?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to affected. If the answer is there a commitment or would it prevent them from using it? I think that makes sense. But what do
you mean, Ms. Thompson?
Sure, yes. Would it prevent contractors from using electric buses, for example?
So is your question, would tariffs prevent contractors from using electric buses?
It would something like tariffs, if electric buses were becoming more expensive, prevent contractors from using electric buses for
Incomplete hypothetical.
For speculation.
I think, I'm not sure we're getting anywhere, Ms. Thompson. I see your point. So you can decide if you want to rephrase it or move on to the next topic.
We can move on. Thank you. If we can pull up DWR 0001, please, and go to page 6. If we could scroll down a bit, please, to the first few bullet points. Now, looking at that first bullet point, it begins with removal of barge landings. Mr. Murdoch?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, thanks. And this this recommendation or mitigation effort is being used to reduce the use of barges in the Bay Delta, or in the Delta, excuse me.
This bullet is talking to the point that barge landings are not part of the Delta Conveyance project, and that they have been removed from the project.
And they've been removed from the project because of community concerns around barge landings.
As stated in my testimony here, some of the input that we received from the Stakeholder Engagement Committee meetings resulted in the removal of barge landings from the project.
Isn't it true that the Delta waterways have narrow widths, low bridges, and shallow areas that would already limit the use of barges at certain sites?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to location, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question to the extent you know, Mr. Murdoch.
Could you please repeat the question again?
Sure. Isn't it true that the Delta waterways have narrow widths, low bridges, and shallow areas that would already limit the use of barges?
I do not have any opinion related to that, or extensive knowledge of the size of barges and boats that can navigate in the Delta.
Could we pull up DTEC 04, please?
Right. Yeah, I'd like to ask Miss Gwen Buchholz if she'd like to provide any insight.
Yes, as part of the DCA, we actually prepared a technical memorandum. It's in look up the number exhibit of the engineering project report. We did look at that there were many places that barges could not be taken because of the bridges and because of the water surface elevations, the draft on the barges. We came down to 2 locations that they might be able to be used, and in both cases, during the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, we learned of the vast amount of recreational area. Did not make any sense to use the barges, and it would be more disruptive than using either rail or roads. So that's why they were removed.
Thank you. Mr. Murdoch, if we could look at bullet point, if we could go scroll down Mr. Murdoch's testimony to bullet point, oh, sorry, it's gone. We could pull up DWR 0001, please. And if we could go to page 7. If we could look at, sorry, it seems like, just give me one moment, sorry. Oh, there we go, okay, thank you. If you look, Mr. Murdoch, looking at the bullet point that begins with decision not to use intake 2, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
This is a mitigation effort that states that it's not going to use this particular intake. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this mitigation effort is related to the DCP alternative that has a lower capacity than the 6,000 CFS.
the decision to remove intake 2 was decided because of intakes B and C can provide the 6,000 cubic foot per second capacity. And so intake 2 is not required to be part of the project anymore.
Looking at that first line, is intake 2 part of the 6,000 cubic feet per second design, or is it part of the 3,000 cubic feet per second design? That is, yes, an alternative.
Objection. This state's testimony assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'll overrule it, but I mean, maybe I'll change the question. Mr. Murdoch, can you clarify for me with respect to what alternative or project this bullet point is referring to, if you know?
Intake 2 was considered when the flow capacity was at above per second.
I'm sorry, was what you cut out for a moment was
intake 2 was being considered when the flow capacity was above 6,000 feet per second.
and so why is this bullet point referring to 3,000 cubic feet per second? Is that the capacity of the intake? I'm just confused. I'm just trying to clarify what we're looking at here.
I think what it's referring to is that in intake 2 was not laid out for the for 3,000 cubic feet per second due to comments from tribal representatives that were consulted for the area where intake 2 was located. And so we chose not to have intake 2 be a 3,000 cubic foot per second intake.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Back to you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. If we scroll down to page 8, please. Thank you. And then looking at, we can scroll down just a little bit more to get that last bullet point into frame. Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking at that last bullet point that begins with the SEC also provided, do you see it, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes, I do.
This mitigation effort deals with the community benefits program, or with a community benefits program.
Yes, it does.
And you'd agree with me that community benefit programs do not replace mitigation?
This community benefits program is in addition to the mitigation.
So yes, you agree with me?
Yes, if that's what you're saying.
Yes, that's that it is not a replacement for mitigation.
That's correct.
And then to participate in this community benefits program, a community must be one of the most impacted by the DCP.
Calls for speculation.
Sorry.
Overruled to the extent you can answer, Mr. Murdoch.
The community benefits program is a fund set up by the Department of Water Resources, where communities can receive benefits due to the construction of the project and being impacted by of the project.
Mr. Murdoch, if you would read with me lines 14 through 15. The purpose of the community benefits program is to provide resources to direct benefits towards communities most impacted by the implementation based on community collaboration. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Now, if we could, you're familiar with the concept engineering report?
Yes, I am.
And in that report, it states construction assumptions around where workers will commute from and where materials will be shipped from or transported to?
Yes.
And in both those cases, one of the cities that is assumed to be a commute place, place that workers will commute from and materials will be transported from is Stockton.
Yes, that's one of the areas that workers are expected to commute from and materials will come from.
And given that assumption, it could also be assumed that this will affect Stockton's traffic.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's where are you going, Ms. Thompson?
Yes, that Stockton air quality will be affected by these commuters and materials being transported.
Maybe if you can ask Mr. Murdoch, or maybe this is a question for Ms. Buchhold, whether that was considered in the assessment conducted by DCA.
Mr. Murdoch or Mr. Buchholz or Ms. Buchholz, was Stockton's air quality considered by the DCA?
I will let Ms. Buchholz answer that.
We worked in collaboration with DWR and their air quality impact assessments of the alternatives that are presented in Chapter 23 of the EIR, and considered the mitigation measures that are presented in Chapter 23 that would minimize the traffic miles covered by the employees presented there. And also we included many other things in the project description to reduce construction traffic, such as not minimizing the amount of earthwork materials that would either be hauled in or hauled off of the sites to both minimize traffic and air quality emissions.
My question is specifically about Stockton. Was Stockton air quality or traffic considered in this process?
The air quality management, the San Joaquin Air Quality Management District analysis included that, and Stockton and roads around Stockton and in Stockton were considered, yes.
If we could please pull up DWR 00006 and go to page 3. If it's helpful first, actually, if we could go to page 2 to understand what this attachment is. Thank you. Apologies for that. So this attachment is attachment 1. It's of the project location. Do you see this description?
Yes.
Okay. And now if we could scroll to page 2. Looking at this project area in the notice of determination, Stockton is not considered within the project area.
This shows the location of the facilities to be constructed in the project description.
And the red line shows?
The red line shows the tunnel alignment, and also if there's disturbances for roadway modifications or SCADA or air power or SCADA will be installed.
Thank you. We can pull down that exhibit. Thank you. Thinking back about the community benefits program that was discussed earlier, there are currently no set guidelines for that program.
That program is under development at this time by DWR.
And Stockton may or may not qualify as part of that program, depending on the outcome of those hearing talks.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I am not involved in the community benefits programs at this point in time for Stockton or the other communities.
So you don't know whether or not Stockton will or will not become.
Yours people, some other people at DWR are working on that.
Okay. And depending on, and given your regulatory background, if Stockton is not considered part of the project footprint, it will not receive compulsory or regulatory mitigation.
Objection misstates testimony. There's no facts establishing the presumption that Stockton is not. And it's vague as to footprint.
I'll let overrule. I'll let Ms. Buchholz qualify her response as appropriate.
The EIR describes impacts and mitigations in many areas that are not in the direct construction locations, and that includes in air quality in Chapter 23, or traffic in Chapter 20, and other chapters too. And portions of those include the area of Stockton.
My question is specifically about compulsory or regulatory mitigation, not discretionary mitigation.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think that's fair, Ms. Thompson, if you want to try the question a different way.
Sure. One moment.
You could, for example, be specific about which, I mean, we can move on if you prefer, but or about which, under what provisions the mitigation would be compulsory.
Ms. Buchholz, under what? Just one moment, sorry. Ms. Buchholz, are you aware that Stockton is in a census tract that qualifies as a disadvantaged community under state law?
I was not aware of that specifically fact at this point.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And I think it'd be appropriate. I know, Ms. Castro Galindo, you have questions as well. I'd like to go ahead and just take a 5-minute break, at least for witnesses and court reporter. And then we will come back at 11, let's say 11:28 and pick up with you. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, it's 11:28 to our court reporter. Are we ready to go back on the record?
Operator error. Yes, I'm here and ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see we have Ms. Castro Galindo, and if we can bring up our witnesses, have you on camera and ready to go. There we are. With that, I will turn things over to you.
Thank you, Officer Kenzie. I will primarily be directing my questions to Mr. Volk, but before we turn to Mr. Volk, I did have a few further questions for Ms. Buchholz. So first, could we please pull up Exhibit DTEC 014? This was provided during cross-examination, so our apologies for the delay in providing it.
We have it, so I think we're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Perfect. Ms. Buchholz, are you familiar with this letter?
I know I'm sure I've seen this because this came out of the SEC, but I'm not remembering it at this moment. Can you scroll down to get
my apologies, please continue.
Okay.
Is this a letter from SEC participant Sean Worth, dated February 22nd, 2021, directed to the DCA Executive Director Catherine Mellon?
It appears to be, yes.
Does this letter inform the Executive Director that Mr. Worth is resigning from participation in the SEC?
It appears to be, yes.
I want to direct your attention to the last paragraph, please. Does this paragraph indicate that Mr. Worth held concerns about the quote, overwhelmingly negative effects that construction and operation of the DCP would have on terrestrial wildlife and other resources around the Delta?
That sentence says yes.
Thank you. And turning to the last sentence of the first paragraph, please. If we could scroll up, thank you so much. Do you see that this says that the groups that Mr. Worth represents, including Sierra Club California, are still firmly opposed to the DCP?
That's what it says, yes.
And does it say that they also feel that participating in the community benefits agreement runs counter to that opposition?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Buchholz. I have no further questions for you at this point. All right, I will now be directing my questions for Mr. Volk. Mr. Volk, could you please explain your relationship to the Department of Water Resources? I can't hear on your...
No audio. I see you're off mute, so that's not the problem.
Hello, hello.
Now we can hear you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
You asked about my relationship to Department of Water Resources. I'm a noise consultant for ICF, and I prepared the noise analysis for the final environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance project.
Can you please explain what services DWR requested of you as an expert witness?
Section relevance.
Overruled.
I was asked to testify today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Volk. According to your testimony, if we could please pull up DWR 00700, page 1. Oh, give us a second. Thank you. And could we please go to line 13? Mr. Volk, according to your testimony, you have been managing the noise and vibration studies for the California Water Fix and the Delta Conveyance project since 2011, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Volk, given the fact that you have managed noise and vibration studies for the DCP project, for the Delta Conveyance project since 2011, do you feel a personal investment in the Delta Conveyance project moving forward?
Relevance.
Overruled.
I feel that it's my duty to provide accurate analysis as regards to the Delta Conveyance project and all that's involved with that.
Thank you. Mr. Volk, after graduating from North Carolina State University, you have worked full-time exclusively for the following two companies, HMHH and ICF, correct?
That's not entirely correct. HMMH is the correct acronym for the first company I worked for.
Thank you. My apologies. Are both these companies for-profit companies?
Objection. Relevance.
Where are we going, please?
I'll move on. Mr. Volk, in the 20+ years that you have worked in this field, have you ever testified as an expert against approval of a project?
I don't recall being in a role like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Volk. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Can we please scroll down to page 7 of this document? Thank you. And focusing on paragraph 16, please. Mr. Volk, can you please confirm that according to your testimony, the construction noise from the DCP would exceed the DWR set limit of 60 dBA during the day?
The noise analysis did find that construction noise would exceed the DWR set limit of 60 decibels during the day at some noise sensitive uses, particularly residences, yes.
Additionally, can you please confirm that the FEIR concluded that the aforementioned noise impacts would be, quote, significant?
That's what it says, yes.
Thank you. Can we please go to page 8, lines 21 to 22? Mr. Volk, you state that the DCP will minimize the use of impact pile driving, quote, wherever possible, correct?
Well, what this says is that the DCP will minimize the use of impact pile driving by utilizing vibratory pile driving and drilled piers wherever possible. So it would use lower noise methods wherever possible because impact pile driving is louder than vibratory pile driving.
And could you please elaborate on what whatever possible means?
Well, it means that impact pile driving may be necessary sometime at some point, as I state in my testimony, but vibratory pile driving will be used wherever it is possible to use vibratory methods instead of impact methods.
Do you have a more specific definition of wherever possible that doesn't use the term in the definition?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sorry, could you be more specific about what wherever possible is? I heard you use the term wherever possible when describing what wherever possible means.
Well, wherever possible, I don't know if I can define it any more clearly than I did. I mean, I think that the intention here is to say that the DCP will minimize the use of impact pile driving, although pile driving will be used, but impact methods will be used to the least extent feasible.
Can we please turn to page 10 now, lines 12 to 13?
before we go back, could I ask, I may be able to answer and provide some additional information to your last question.
Sure, thank
So
you.
what happens is when we using we're trying to drill the foundations for these the intakes or everything or building or something, we will go down as far as possible on the vibratory. At some point, and there's some geology, and we don't have all of our geotechnical investigations completed at this time, so we don't know how deep that will be, but at some point you will hit resistance to the vibratory or augering methods, and it won't go any further. And that's, if that occurs before the depth of the pile has to be where it needs to be engineering wise, that would be those last few feet or tens of feet or whatever. They would have to do an impact pile driving to get to that point to make a solid foundation of the structure.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. Now moving back to page 10, lines 12 to 13. Mr. Volk, it says here in your testimony that overall, vibratory driving and pier installation will occur, quote, intermittently over a total of 21 months, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Can you please elaborate on what intermittently means here?
Well, it means it would not be continuous. It would occur, you would hear the noise for a certain period, and then you would hear ambient noise, like without pile driving or drilling.
But there's no one definition of what intermittent means, correct?
Well, I think generally speaking, intermittent means it would start and then it would stop. So you would have starts and stops throughout the construction period.
Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, would you feel disrupted if vibratory driving and pier installation occurred intermittently over a total of 21 months in the vicinity of your residency?
As it states in the analysis, the DWR set limit of 60 decibels would be exceeded on an intermittent basis. That's a worst case that we presented in the analysis, and so we did, using those thresholds, we do indicate that there would be significant impacts because that limit would be exceeded.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. And just reiterating,
and if I may add too, just for the pile driving itself, the impact driving at each intake for months, there would only be 21-day occurrences in over 21 months. So over almost a 2-year period, just under a 2-year period, there would only be, the reason is you put the foundation, you can put one pile in, and then you have to build something around it. And that will take multiple weeks to do before the next location occurs.
thank you, Ms. Buchholz. Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, would sensitive receptors feel disrupted if vibratory driving and pier installation occurred intermittently over a total of 21 months in their vicinity?
That sounds similar to the question that I just answered. I mean, as I indicated, the DWR set limit of 60 decibels would be exceeded, so that would be considered a significant impact in the final environmental impact report.
And would sensitive receptors be more impacted than a non-sensitive receptor?
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. Can we please go to page 11 of the same document, lines 10 to 11, please? Mr. Volk, in your testimony, you note that the maximum worst case exposure is 73 dBA at one residence, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
Mr. Volk, you also note that 13 households will experience noise exposure over 70 dBA, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
Mr. Volk, how would that level of exposure impact someone's day-to-day life?
Well, as I state in my testimony, the noise would be intermittent and while it would exceed the DWR set limit, that limit is equivalent to normal speech at a distance of 6 feet. So I think even up to 73 decibels, the maximum worst case exposure would not interfere with daily activities. However, it would be noticeable. So that's why we consider it a significant impact, because we did consider the rural setting of the Delta when designing these thresholds.
Could we please pull up DWR exhibit 00703? Mr. Volk, this chart states that 70 dBA is similar to a gas lawnmower within 100 feet or a vacuum cleaner at 10 feet, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So it doesn't say here that that is equivalent to normal daily speech, correct?
Well, 70 decibels is, well, like I said in my testimony, it depends on the distance. So if you were standing very near to somebody, then 70 decibels would be the background level at which you would have to be like maybe about a foot away when speaking at a normal voice volume. So the distance matters quite a bit when you're talking about these levels in this table.
Mr. Volk, if someone was engaged in a sacred cultural practice requiring concentration, do you think that exposure to 70 dBA would negatively impact their practice?
Calls for speculation.
That's fair. I'll sustain that objection.
Mr. Volk, in your opinion as an expert in this field, do you believe that certain activities would be more negatively impacted by these types of noise exposure?
Vague is just
Objection.
activities.
Overruled. I'll allow this one. Go ahead, Mr. Volk.
Well, I would say that sensitivity to noise is fairly subjective, and it's I'd say that some people are more sensitive to noise, depending on the frequency, the duration, and intensity. People are sensitive to differing degrees, so it is quite subjective. So it's difficult to say, but I would say that certainly that some people are more sensitive, and there are activities that are more sensitive. So it depends.
Thank you. Mr. Volk, does any part of your testimony specifically mention tribal members?
No, there's no part of my testimony that specifically mentions tribal members.
So your testimony did not focus on how noise pollution could negatively impact tribal members, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Well,
I did not address tribes specifically in my testimony, no, but in terms of noise sensitive receptors, we did set a limit that we consider to be reasonable and appropriate for noise sensitivity broadly to communities in the Delta.
Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, is it important to take into account sustained exposure to noise in assessing adverse noise impacts?
Objection vague as to sustain.
overruled. Mr. Volk, you can add your own qualifications as the expert here of what sustained might mean.
Well, sustained, certainly, our analysis looked at frequency, duration, and intensity for the noise that would occur during construction. So there are some parts of the construction that would be sustained noise, and we treated it as such that that's like the long-term construction that I discussed in my testimony. The pile driving would be more intermittent and shorter term. So there's different elements to the noise that we accounted for, and we analyzed them appropriately within the model and comprehensively.
Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, can prolonged exposure to noise, for example, noise spanning a period of 12 years, cause negative effects on residents?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical. It's unclear what level of noise the question contemplates.
Can you clarify that for me?
For example, the levels of noise in your testimony that you say residents will experience in those areas that will be subject to construction for 12 years.
Could you just repeat the question completely once more, please?
Sure. Can prolonged exposure to noise, such as that residents will experience over a period of 12 years, if the DCP project moves forward, have a negative effect on residents?
Could we bring up the page 12 from my presentation today? That'd be DWR 701.
Thank you.
So this is the figure that depicts here we'll go full screen here. So this is the figure that depicts the long-term construction without pile driving. The pile driving is a shorter term activity that would occur during construction. So this is long-term. This is the 12-year duration that is talked about in relation to the build-out of the intakes. And as you can see from the contours, there are some of the brown dots representing residences that are inside of the 60 decibel contour. Many of the ones that stick out to me are next to the Hall Road, the intersection of Hall Road and Hood Franklin Road. There are a few there inside of the 60 decibel contour. There are many others that are outside, but within the 50 decibel contour. So that's just to illustrate what those sound levels would be. And as I indicated, those would be equivalent to about normal speech at 6 feet. So to answer your question, I don't believe that the noise produced by long-term construction would interfere with people's daily lives at this level of exposure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Volk. Mr. Volk, does any part of your testimony specifically mention the impact of noise on fish migration?
No, my testimony does not address fish migration. In that regard, the noise effects from hydroacoustics would be addressed by panel 3. So I recommend asking questions to that panel.
But Mr. Volk, you are an expert on noise and vibration studies, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Volk, did you consider the effects of vibration on salmon migration?
Objection, asked and answered.
I heard it with respect to noise. I think this is vibration specific. So go ahead, Mr. Volk.
Well, with respect to vibration, that is also in the field of hydroacoustics, and that analysis was conducted by the biologist. So that would be a panel 3 question.
Mr. Volk, as an expert in noise and vibration, in your expert opinion, do you believe that noise can have negative effects on fish migration?
Objection. There's no foundation for what level of noise. It's vague and ambiguous as to what negative impacts would be occurring.
Can you be more specific, Ms. Castro Galindo?
Negative impacts specifically such as effects on migration and physical harm to fish.
Same objection as to.
I didn't hear the last part, but I
Facts
think
in the record to establish that.
The level of noise. Ms. Castro, is your question whether any level of noise would have such negative impacts that you described on fish?
Noise such as those produced during pile driving.
Can you please put the question together?
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, can exposure to noise, such as noise produced during pile driving, harm fish migration? That'll be the first part of the question.
Well, there are thresholds that are related to harm that can occur during a pile driving. Specifically, there is an analysis that is done, and it depends on the frequency, duration, and intensity. But yes, there is a potential for harm depending on the frequency, duration, and intensity of the noise that occurs.
Thank you, Mr. Volk.
If I may add something to, as part of our project description, we are doing we would propose a pilot study during the design phases to develop methods around the pile driving at one of the intakes to minimize both sound waves in the water, the vibrations associated with that area. And that has also that'll be developed by the biologists as well as the engineers. And it's described in both Chapter 3 of the EIR and Chapter 12 of the EIR. So there'll be more because the goal will be to minimize those effects. And
thank you, Ms. Buchholz. Could we please open DTEC Exhibit 008? Thank you. Mr. Volk, could you please read the abstract on page 1 in bold?
So I will read it aloud, okay?
We can even, I'll direct you starting to, or I can read it and I'll ask you questions on it. So to direct everyone's attention, it's the bolded section. Do you agree that it states that very loud sounds of relatively short exposure, such as those produced during pile driving, can harm nearby fish? Is that what it says?
I'm trying to find it right now. Yes, it appears that's what that says.
And then could we please move to page 2 of the document? Thank you. I apologize that there's no lines to direct YouTube, but below the image, the infographic on the right side, do you agree that it states that underwater explosions, pile driving, or seismic surveys can all have dramatic effects on nearby fish, including physical damage and death.
Can we, Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down about 3 lines, please? Thank you.
And I just wanted to object to this question as relevance. We haven't established that there's any foundation that the witness is familiar with this document. It's certainly not something that was relied on by the witness in his testimony.
That's
I
fair.
apologize in terms of scope. I'm not meaning in scope is like it's not part of the hearing. It's just that the witness has already indicated that this is the covered in panel 3 on the biology. So it's really more outside the scope of this particular panel.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Morris. So, Ms. Castro Galindo, I'll give you some leeway on this, but I am concerned that this is not going to be particularly productive because I don't think Mr. Volk indicated he considered this research in any way. And if that's the point where we're going, maybe we can just get to that point.
Sure. Thank you, Officer Kenzie. So moving on from this document, Mr. Volk, are you familiar with the Chinook salmon?
I'm familiar with the Chinook salmon, yes.
Can we please open DTEC 002? Thank you. Mr. Volk, are you aware that the Central Valley fall and late fall run Chinook salmon are a species of concern under the Federal Endangered Species Act?
Objection as to this, again, this witness has testified this is outside the scope of his expertise and that this was covered by panel 3.
Can you run the question by me again, Ms. Castro Galindo?
Mr. Volk said that he's familiar with the Chinook salmon. Is that correct, Mr. Volk?
I'm not an expert on the Chinook salmon. I know what it is. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Okay. Do you, Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, do you think that harming an already at-risk species could be detrimental to the species as a whole?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's expertise as he's testified to several times.
I think that's fair. Ms. Castro Galindo, I don't think this is the witness for that line of questioning.
Can we please turn to DWR exhibit 00704? And once we have that pulled up, could we please turn to page 31? And can we please find paragraph 8? Oh, I apologize. I meant the PDF document, page 31. I believe we're on 24.
Like add 7, so try 38.
Yes, please. Thank you. There we go. So paragraph 8. Mr. Volk, do you agree that the EPA Office of Noise Abatement and Control states that for generally unpopulated land, the primary considerations are the protection of human hearing and the prevention of adverse effects on domestic and wild animals?
Well, the EPA document is, it provides guidance at a high level in regard to protecting hearing for humans and for it does have information about livestock as well to an adequate margin of safety. So it provides some guidelines and information about that. It was kind of a seminal study to describe like what could provide an understanding of what noise levels could cause effect.
Do you agree that
Yeah.
specifically paragraph 8 says that
Mm.
the primary considerations are the protection of human hearing and the prevention of adverse effects on domestic and wild animals? I believe it's the first 3 lines of paragraph 8. The first 2, actually.
Right. Well, I think the function of the document, yes, is to give information about what would be protective of human hearing and to prevention of adverse effects with a adequate margin of safety.
And my apologies for being repetitive. I just don't believe that my question was answered. But do you agree that it specifically says that the primary considerations are the prevention of adverse effects on domestic and wild animals?
That is what it says, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Volk, would you agree that the use of pile driving from the DCP would go contrary to the EPA's goals of preventing adverse effects on wild animals?
Objection lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence, misstates the witness's testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Volk, you can caveat your response.
Well, the analysis in the final environmental impact report was focused on noise impacts to humans and not that types of noise sensitive use. So it was that our thresholds were set in that regard as regards to reflect impacts to biological resources. That's more of a panel 3 question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Volk. Can we please switch the documents and now pull up DWR 00700?
And Ms. Carroll, while we're moving over, do you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to ask for a time check. It's currently 12:05 and was wondering when we would be breaking for lunch.
That's a fair question. Ms. Castro Galindo, do you have an estimate of how long you have in your questioning?
I would say no more than 15 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll try to finish and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
All right, can we please move to page 12, lines 14 to 17? All right, Mr. Volk, you testify that sound insulation building improvements will be a critical potential mitigator for affected families who would otherwise, quote, face, quote, significant and unavoidable noise impacts from a CEQA standpoint if DCP construction occurs, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Ms. Castro Galindo, I was also confused. Are you reading particular testimony that Mr. Volk provided? Because I don't see it here. Or were you paraphrasing?
I am paraphrasing paragraph 30.
Can you try it
And
again?
I am directly quoting significant and unavoidable.
Try the
from
question
line
again.
15.
If you
Sorry.
try the question again without paraphrasing, please, if possible. I realize that may take longer.
Sure, no worries. Mr. Volk, in your testimony, you state that mitigation measures are will be important, correct?
That's not what I say in my testimony.
Sorry, let me change my question. Mr. Volk, in your testimony, you say that if voluntary mitigation measures were accepted, noise impacts would be reduced to less than significant levels, correct?
That's not precisely what it says. I mean,
Line 16 to 17.
I would like to stand by what I say in my testimony and how it's worded there. If voluntary mitigation measures were accepted, noise impacts would be reduced to less than significant levels.
That's correct, correct?
That is what it said, yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Volk, in your expert opinion, is mitigation, are sound insulation building improvements a critical potential mitigators for families who would otherwise be facing significant noise impacts from the DCP?
In my opinion, it is not critical, no. I think it is a mitigation option that is available to people who believe, who are sensitive. Like I said earlier, it is somewhat subjective, people's reaction to noise, but I think a very key point in my testimony is that the sound levels from construction would not interfere with people's daily lives and in general. So I don't see sound insulation as being a critical element of the mitigation, but it is an option that DWR is providing to people who feel that it's important to them.
Mr. Volk, on lines 14 to 16, you state that the noise impact due to construction noise would be significant and unavoidable from a CEQA standpoint, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
You then follow that by saying that, however, if voluntary mitigation measures were accepted, noise impacts would be reduced to less than significant levels, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Volk, given that mitigation measures could reduce noise impacts to less than significant levels, would you say that they are important?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. I think we've been over this territory, and Mr. Volk explained his position on this.
Mr. Volk, you mentioned this, like, various mitigation methods that families could have access to, correct?
Objection misstates testimony.
I think that's fair. I don't know if we went over what the particular mitigation measures are. Maybe I'll ask that, Mr. Volk, because I'm here. So this is on my time. When you refer here to voluntary mitigation measures, can you describe, it doesn't have to be exhaustive, but can you just briefly explain what you're referring to
here? Yes. I think there's a place in my testimony where it talks about this, and it would be good to look at that. But I'll go ahead and answer. When we're talking about voluntary mitigation measures, it's really when we're talking about mitigation targeted to residences. So, not everyone is going to want someone to inspect their house to see like what would be a good options for them for insulating sound, for reducing sound levels inside the home. I mean, a lot of times it is doors and windows. So we would look at door and window replacement first. Sometimes it's walls in some cases, but generally that's what we see it. So the voluntary part is having people inside the home to determine like how installation would be effective in those cases. So people have to elect to do that. You don't want someone in your house against your wishes. That's really what the voluntary component is about.
Understood, Mr. Volk. And I think you just told me this, but to clarify my understanding, in this sentence on starting at 16, line 16, when you're referring to these mitigation measures, you're referring to these types of additional insulation, sound insulation or soundproofing or whatever the appropriate word is for residences. Is that correct?
That's the voluntary component, the part that's targeted to residences, but that's only one of the mitigation options. There are other mitigation options that can be done more simply, I guess, or that don't have a voluntary component, rather. So it is sort of a different category of mitigation, I would say, when you're getting into the voluntary and sound installation aspect of it.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I may assist in paragraph 29 on page 11, and he refers to the mitigation.
No,
right
that,
there.
and I said, yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, yeah, it's right above. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding in this specific line, the phrase you use, voluntary mitigation measures, is referring to insulation, not these other measures such as
Yes,
sound
that's
level
correct.
monitoring, or for example. Okay. Thank
Well,
you.
sound level monitoring, so, like a property owner could elect to have a sound level monitor on their property, and so that would be, you would want to give permission to enter, and for that purpose. So I guess that would be another element where we would want permission in order to do sound level monitoring in certain cases. So that would be done through the ombudsman. So, yeah. So that's a point of clarification in that regard.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn things back to you, Ms. Castro-Galindo. Thank you for allowing me to jump in.
Of course. Thank you, Officer Kinsey. Mr. Volk, how would families who wish to opt in access this critical sound insulation?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I think try the question again without the term critical.
How would families who wish to opt in access sound insulation?
Well, the sound insulation would be offered through a program that would be developed by DWR and with assistance with from the ombudsman as well. But it would be a program run by DWR.
And Mr. Volk, how long would it take for families who wish to opt in to receive sound insulation?
Objection, misstates the testimony. I think Mr. Volk has repeatedly said residences, not families.
How long would it take for residencies who wish to opt in to receive sound insulation?
I don't know. So,
sorry, continue.
I don't know.
And how costly would accessing sound insulation be for residencies?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
How costly to the resident? Well, DWR would pay for the improvements.
Has DWR made any specific plans as to how they would financially compensate families for these compensate residencies for these improvements?
Well, DWR would, this is the voluntary element of the program that I talked about, is because the home would be insulated, DWR would hire the contractor to make the improvements to the home, to the windows, to the doors, what have you, whatever would be required. So this would be, with the permission of the homeowner, that DWR would hire the contractor to make the improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. Mr. Volk, on page 11, paragraph 27, if you could please scroll there. Thank you. In your testimony, you state that sound levels from the DCP construction will impact the town of Hood, correct?
That's not what it says.
Could Mr. Volk, the first sentence, according to modeling within the town of Hood, worst case sound levels from pile driving would marginally exceed the DWR set daytime limit of 60 dBA, as shown in exhibit DWR 00712. Is this correct?
That is what it says, yes.
And Mr. Volk, actually, my apologies. Could we please open DTEC exhibit 004? Thank you. Mr. Volk, are you familiar with the Cal and Virus screen?
I am not familiar, no.
Mr. Volk, looking at the paragraph on the left, it states linguistic isolation is a term used by the U.S. Census Bureau for limited English-speaking households. More than 40% of Californians speak a language other than English at home. About half of those do not speak English well or at all. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And then looking at the box in the middle, titled Linguistic Isolation Indicator Results.
Can we hold for a second? Ms. Mullen, it's possible to zoom in on the middle box. Thank you.
Thank you. First, Mr. Volk, do you see that that box is referring to Hood? It's the highlighted area below.
Yes.
Objection lacks foundation. That we've already established the witness is not familiar with this. We don't know where this comes from. No one has laid a foundation for this.
Join.
And you cut it out, but I think I understood the gist of this. I'm thinking this through. The problem here, Ms. Castro-Galindo, is we don't have a foundation as to what the Cal Enviro screen tool is or does, and who developed it, and related things. So what I think maybe it may be that this is more appropriately brought in for case in chief, that we could go into what the tool does and what it says with respect to Hood. I'm not sure asking this witness the questions will get us there either, since he's already said he's not familiar with the tool and hasn't looked at it. But if you have a follow-up, we can discuss that.
Sure, thank you, Officer Kenzie. So as a follow-up, ignoring what's on the screen, Mr. Volk, do you, in your expert opinion, do you believe that accessing sound mitigation would be more difficult for residents who do not speak English?
Cause for speculation.
Overruled if you have an expert opinion about it.
Well, I'll give you my opinion. I think DWR would provide access to all the people who would be affected, and DWR is committed to mitigating. So there would not be, it would be an inclusive effort to do that.
Mr. Volk, to your knowledge at this point, is there a specific document or plan that details DWR's commitment to doing this?
The commitment is the mitigation monitoring reporting program and permit conditions for the Delta conveyance.
But nothing specifically that targets non-English speaking residents.
Objection, Ms. Dietzke.
Overruled.
And if I may add, DWR has also established several programs in which they have already done multiple languages in presentation of both information and on printed, and they've also participated in other aspects of doing translations. So I just want to, as this goes forward, it's being developed because it's right now just as a requirement in the IR for mitigation, that there is a commitment in the IR several places to reach out to different populations with different, which use English as a second language or don't speak English at all.
Thank you, Mr. Volk. Is there anything you would like to add?
No, not to what Ms. Buchholz just stated.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Volk. At this time, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Castro Galindo, and thank you to our witnesses. We are due for lunch. My proposal would be to go to well, we might as well go to 1:30. We'll make it a round number. But before we leave, are there any other procedural matters we should address before we break? And if you would please stay in the room, that's helpful to us, if you don't mind staying in the Zoom room. Then with that, I will see you all at 1:30. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It is 1:31 p.m. I will look first to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. It is the afternoon portion of our hearing today on April 8th. It is indeed the 8th. With respect to the proposed Delta Conveyance project, I will note that Board Member Firestone has joined us in the virtual hearing room. And where we left off was with cross-examination of DWR's, what we're calling Panel 5 witnesses, Mr. Murdoch, Ms. Buchholz, and Mr. Volk. And I believe we've completed cross-examination by the representatives from DTEC. And next on my list, I have Mr. Brodsky. So I will both ask my team to please bring Mr. Brodsky up as a panelist. And while we're doing that, if there are any procedural issues from anyone in the room, please feel free to raise a hand. Mr. Cho, my team, when they have the moment, looks like you have audio now, please.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kenzie. Earlier this morning, Ms. Meserve projected that I may have about 10 minutes of cross-examination. I've been going through, and depending on how the rest of cross-examination goes, I may have some additional questions. So I would probably revise my estimate to 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cho. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any other procedural comments before we get started? Then with that, I will turn things over to you, Mr. Brodsky, if you would like to ask questions of this panel.
Thank you very much. Michael Brodsky on behalf of Save the California Delta Alliance and Hood Community Council. And I would like to start with Mr. Murdoch, if I could.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So let's see, some of these things were covered, so I can skip along a little bit. So you testified this morning that it's my understanding that you actually started work on the Delta Conveyance project after the Stakeholder Engagement Committee had completed its meetings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so you obviously didn't attend any of the SEC meetings, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And have you spoken to any of the SEC members?
Not to my recollection. I have not spoken to any of them.
Good enough. Okay. And then Graham Bradner, and whoever can answer this, is the current executive director of the DCA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was, I have it as interim executive director during the time SEC meetings were held.
I would ask Ms. Gwen Buchholz to answer that, as that was before my time.
In the beginning of the stakeholder engagement committees, Catherine Mallon was the executive director of DCA. During the process as SEC continued, as well as other DCA, Graham Bradner became
Ms. Buchholz, will you try to move closer to the microphone? I'm having trouble hearing.
Use this part.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize a lot. So as I'll repeat, Catherine Mallon was the executive director during the initial part of the stakeholder engagement committee. And subsequently, Graham Bradner became the interim executive director of DCA at the end of the stakeholder engagement committee.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. All right. So in your testimony, you state, quote, SEC meetings provided a forum for SEC members to discuss their own input, community concerns, and questions, end quote. And so how do you know that? I mean, you weren't at the meetings. Is this from your review of the contemporaneous documents that you reached this conclusion?
Yeah, this was based on my review of the documents that are submitted as exhibits, as well as input provided by Ms. Buchholz during the preparation of my testimony.
Okay. So I'd like to call your attention to some things in some contemporaneous SEC documents and ask you if that perhaps changes that conclusion. So the first thing I'd like to call your attention to is a letter from SEC member Karen Mann dated November 6, 2020. And that is within the document called Hood Protest Errata, dated 7/11/24, which is in the protest folder on the AHO site.
So it's Hood Protest Errata, 7/11/24.
Correct. And then we want to go to, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you have another document you're going to pull up? Oh, you're going to tell us a page, probably.
The PDF page 66.
Great, thank you. Just might take us a moment.
Sure. I assume that I shouldn't include another copy of that with my exhibits, that if it's already been submitted to you, we'll go back and find it. If you'd like that done differently in the future, I can do it differently.
No, I think this is, and I follow your instinct, which is not to add repetitive documents.
Right.
So I believe we can pull this up. And I'm looking to my team if we can work together in the background to find this one.
And that's in the folder marked protests, on at least on the site as I view it from my end.
Here we go. And then page 66, was that right?
Yes.
Thank you,
PDF.
Ms. Moulton.
Okay, so here's a letter dated November 6, 2020, to Catherine Mallon, who was then the executive director of the DCA, and it's from Karen Mann, who was an SEC member. And I'd just like to read the second paragraph there. I agree that this committee has not meaningfully addressed any of the concerns of Delta stakeholders. We have been strangled by your rules that do not allow us to talk about the things that are really important to us, and then barraged with a mass of hyper-technical details about tunnel construction that we were asked to comment on. I think it is fair to say that 80% of the materials presented to the stakeholder committee by the construction engineers are not well understood by committee members, thus further limiting any comment to minor items such as the location of a particular access shaft or barge landing, because this kind of item is really the only thing that is presented in a way that is understandable by a layperson. And then just a little bit more if we can scroll down. You then label these minor construction details as key stakeholder concerns and say they have been addressed. Franz Kafka and George Orwell would both blush at this masterful barrage of bureaucratic mind control. So does that change your opinion as to the stakeholder committee's ability to discuss their own input, community concerns and questions?
Objection calls for speculation. Also, there's no foundation that the witness is familiar with this document, and several passages have been read into the record.
So he based his conclusion that the stakeholder committee had provided these opportunities, a forum for SEC members to discuss their own input, community concerns, etc., on his review of contemporaneous SEC documents. This is a contemporaneous SEC document. It's dated during the period that the meetings were held. Ms. Mann was an SEC member, so this is another contemporaneous document. So he's basing his
Mr. Brodsky, I'll overrule the objection, and Mr. Murdoch, thank you. And Mr. Murdoch, you can answer to whether it's with respect to your own opinion. So
your opinion.
Answer that.
Like stated, I am not particularly familiar with this document. I would say what's been presented here on the screen, this does not change my opinion of my testimony.
Okay, let's go next to the Exhibit 2 that I submitted last night. And that's a letter dated November 20th, 2020 from a Mr. Bill Wells. And so can we just scroll down a little bit? He says, I am aware that the water contractors are currently running a so-called stakeholder engagement committee.
And
However-
Mr. Brodsky, I don't think it's not a good use of our time for you to
Okay.
read it out loud, but you can refer us to the paragraph and then
Could you just
formulate
read
your thoughts.
that second full paragraph?
Thank you. And when you're ready for the question, Mr. Murdoch, you can just let us know.
Yes, I'm ready for the question.
Okay, so Mr. Wells states that he's aware the SEC process does not include any meaningful engagement with Delta stakeholders and does not have any legitimate representation of Delta business interests. He's the executive director of the Delta Chamber of Commerce. This is contemporaneous with the stakeholder meetings being held. Does this change or influence your opinion at all about the legitimacy of the SEC process?
If there was, I faintly heard in the far distance an objection, Ms. Morris. I don't know if that was you, but I didn't hear it. If you intended to object. I still can't hear you.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, it was and Carol trying to make an objection.
I see.
When it was a compound question and lacks foundation. And maybe we could test her audio. Sorry.
Sure. Let's test the audio and we'll get that working here. And I'm not hearing you. I
How
also
about now?
There we go. I hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Okay, let me try and break that down a little bit. So
Great.
we read the second paragraph. If you could just read that very short third paragraph.
Okay, I've read the third paragraph.
Okay, does this contemporaneous document influence your conclusions about the legitimacy of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
No, it does not.
Okay. Mr. Wells also notes there that the DCA says that the DCA is an agent of the water contractors. That's correct, isn't it?
The DCA was established through a joint exercise of power agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say that they're an agent for the water contractor,
joint powers agreement through who? Who's signatory to the JPA?
I would rely. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, why don't we bring up then Exhibit 3?
That's your HCC Exhibit 3, your Exhibit 3, Mr. Brodsky?
Yes, correct. HCC
Thank you.
EX3. Okay, and then if we just scroll down a little bit, and this is the DCA About Us page from their website, and then there's a who we are, and then the DCA member agencies are listed there, and I think that continues on to the next page, the DCA member agencies listed, and those are all water contractors, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and then if we scroll down a little bit more, here's this is a part of the JPA, and in paragraph 6.1.1 there, it lays out the composition of the board of directors of the DCA. And those board of directors slots are all water contractor slots, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So Mr. Wells in his letter, he asked for a stakeholder management process in which the water contractors participate but aren't in control. Don't you think that would be reasonable?
Objection calls for speculation, perhaps a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. He said that it was an open forum. He concluded from documents that it was an open forum for community members to express their concerns. And I'm asking, doesn't he think that the water contractors being in control of it inhibits that ability of community members to be able to use it as an open forum to engage?
Also, objection lacks foundation and potentially relevant.
Join.
Okay.
I'll overrule it, but I think we're right on the edge, Mr.
Okay,
Brodsky.
I can ask it another
Okay.
way if you prefer.
Right, please, yes.
Okay. Okay, so the water contractors have a responsibility to their ratepayers to maximize exports at minimum cost, don't they?
Objection and lacks foundation.
Where are you going, Mr. Brodsky? I'm also not sure that this witness is the right.
Okay. The basic question is Mr. Wells stated he wasn't comfortable because the water contractors are in control of the process. And the question is, wouldn't it make sense to have a process where the water contractors participated but didn't control the outcome? I mean, the purpose of the question is people are saying they've been stifled. They're not allowed to talk about the things that they want to talk about.
No, I understand. So maybe I'll just, Mr. Murdoch, do you have an opinion as to whether a different structure of this process might have led to different input from the community, if you will? I know that's general, and the underlying objections are noted, but do you have within your experience, a response to that?
I do not have an opinion to that.
And Ms. Buchhold, I'll ask you, since you were more involved with the SEC, do you have an opinion about that?
I don't think I have an opinion about that at this time. And I will say that we do not feel pressured one way or the other with participation from the state water contractors.
Okay,
This was a technical process.
Back to you, Mr. Brodsky.
Let me come back to that. Okay, let's take a look at HCCEX 5.
Sorry, hearing officer Kunze, are these exhibits are not showing up and there's not a folder currently?
These
Or,
exhibits, as they're being brought up and are actually being used on Cross, they are being moved over to the AHO FTP site. So as soon as, right.
I understand that from this morning, but there is currently not a folder, and there's been 2 or 3 exhibits that have been pulled up, and I keep refreshing and there's not currently a folder. I just want to confirm. Sorry, it might be on my end. User error.
Do we have a folder yet for these exhibits?
May I ask the question, or are you still looking up something?
We're still looking.
Okay.
I think we're working on it. We will have it shortly, and I apologize for that. That was on our
problem.
Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, can you take a look at that first paragraph that begins, "This is to confirm the serious concern"?
Okay, yes, I've read the paragraph.
Okay, and then this, you can see there, this letter is from the Recreational Boaters of California.
Yes, it is.
And it's dated December 8th, 2020, which is during the stakeholder process.
Objection, there's no pending question.
Is it correct that the letter is dated December 8th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
And is that date during the time the SEC meetings were being held?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so this is another letter dating interested stakeholders aren't getting an opportunity for meaningful participation. Does the number of these and the coming from different stakeholders from different directions, does that begin to influence your opinion about whether or not there was actually a process that meaningfully engaged Delta stakeholders?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
I'm just asking if it influences his opinion. He reviewed contemporaneous documents to reach
I'll
his
allow it.
opinion.
Yep, I'll allow it. Go ahead, Mr. Murdoch.
This does not change my opinion.
Okay. Okay. I want to represent to you that when the water contractors hold public contract negotiations with DWR, they use a third-party neutral facilitator to run the meeting. Neither DWR or the contractors run the meeting. Question is, why?
Objection, lacks foundation.
I'm making a representation.
Same objection.
My question is, why shouldn't Delta stakeholders be extended the same respect as Mr. Wells had asked for and others?
Objection, argumentative, lacks foundation.
And that's fair. Mr. Brodsky, try that one again.
Do you believe that a process similar to what I've described, where there's a neutral third-party facilitator running the meeting, would help for a more open and engaging process with Delta stakeholders?
Incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled.
Based on my reading of the work that was done during the stakeholder engagement committee meetings, the Department of Water Resources and DCA structured that committee to receive input from the public to help set guideline objectives as they started into the planning and conceptual design of the Delta Conveyance project. So having a third party run those meetings, in my opinion, would probably not have been helpful.
Okay.
If I may add something, please.
Yes.
There's some confusion, and there was some confusion during the stakeholder engagement committee process. And it's stated in the last part of the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph there. This was not, DWR did participate in providing information about the ongoing CEQA process, but this process was specifically for DCA, and it was limited to technical engineering and design issues. I will agree that there was frustration among participants and attendees that they wanted to talk about other things that would have been part of the CEQA process. But the program started during the scoping process for the EIR, and they in DWR had their own public involvement program to take care of other issues than those 3 listed at the end. This was specifically for DCA to gain input to the conceptual design.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Buckles. So we'll get to that area in a little more detail as we go on. Okay, so back to Mr. Murdoch. In your testimony, you say that SEC feedback included, quote, adjustments to facilities locations, end quote, and, quote, citing of key features, end quote. I mean, I can quote you the page and line numbers, but if you can recall that's accurate as to your testimony or not?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. But that's not true as to the location of the intakes, is it?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Okay. SEC members were told that alternative intake locations could not be discussed at SEC meetings. Isn't that right?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Are you asking Mr. Murdoch based on, I think Mr. Murdoch has testified he wasn't involved in these meetings. So what is your question based on, Mr. Brodsky?
Okay, we'll look at the next exhibit, and that'll put it in writing in front of us. And that would be, that's in the Hood protest errata at PDF page 70. And I think it's the prior page. Scoot up just a little bit. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry, down a little bit. Okay, so in that paragraph that's now at the top of the page, I believe the second sentence there begins, nowhere has it been allowed to talk about the decision as where to cite the intakes. And if you could read that from that sentence down to the place where the next sentence starts, this means you have to talk.
Okay,
Okay.
I've read to that point.
Great. And so then going back to your testimony, which said that SEC feedback included adjustments to facilities locations and, quote, citing of key features, that feedback that you accepted for them about the adjustment to facilities locations did not apply to the location of the intakes, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled to the extent you can answer. Please do, Mr. Murdoch.
Yeah, maybe I can help talk about the siting of the intakes. Exhibit number DWR 00015 outlines the intake site identification and evaluation that was completed as part of the conceptual design process. And so all of the site, numerous sites were looked at along the river, and then that evaluation concluded the sites. I would ask if Ms. Gwen Bukos would like to add anything related to this comment here on the screen, as I was not part of the project when this letter was written.
Okay, so the writer, Gwen, is Ms. Buchholz, is saying SEC members were not allowed to talk about the location of the intakes at SEC meetings. Is that correct?
We talked about the intake siting at both a meeting on January 22nd, 2020, and on March 11th, 2020. In addition, the first meeting we mentioned, and it's even put in more detail in Appendix 3A of the EIR, which is AHO-1006 exhibit. And in those cases, we looked at a wide range of intake locations that extended up to the confluence of the Feather River and Sacramento River, down to the San Joaquin River in the lower Central Delta.
Okay, let's take a look at some more documents here. Let's take a look at the Hood protest errata, again, PDF page 86. And then there we go, that middle paragraph beginning, the second paragraph beginning with in a June 22nd, 2020 Zoom meeting.
I've read the paragraph.
Okay, and so the assertion there is that Catherine Mellon told committee members that there were the only possible location of the intakes had been determined and that the DCA had been directed by DWR not to discuss other locations. Do you dispute that that happened?
I was not present at that meeting, and so I can't comment to whether or not that happened.
Okay, what about you, Ms. Buckles? Do you dispute that that happened? What's being said
By
there?
the time that we were talking in June of 2020, we had also already received the results of the initial impact or the initial description of alternatives from DWR, which, as I said, for the intake siting is included in that process, Appendix 3A of the EIR. And they had completed that process. And so they had, DWR had already defined, which for reasons that are in that Appendix 3A, that the intakes needed to be placed in near Hood or between Scribner's Bend and Merritt Island.
And so you weren't willing to take committee input, SEC committee input on the siting of the intakes. Isn't that right?
We listened, and that information was placed in minutes or notes of the meeting. But by that time, the impact or the alternative screening analysis had been completed.
You told the SEC committee members that you didn't want feedback from them on intake location, didn't you?
I did not tell them that.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit 6, HCC EX6. And if you just scoot down a little bit. All right, and then here where it says Part 1 intakes, it's very brief, I'll just read it. It says, the siting of the intakes is largely a regulatory process and thus input on potential alternative locations is not being solicited from the SEC, end quote. Doesn't that tell the SEC members, we don't want you to talk about alternative locations for the intakes, either Ms. Buckles or Mr. Murdoch?
In the January meeting, we had already, of the January 2022 meeting, that was the beginning of the scoping process concurrently. And there had already been some decisions about potentially looking at the other intake sites, as I just referred to the previous response.
And so,
for the purposes of the SEC, we wanted to have information associated with these intakes because this is where we're preparing the technical information at that time.
In her letter, Ms. McCleary said that at no time were SEC members allowed to talk about alternative intake locations. Do you dispute that? Is she telling the truth or not? I mean, somebody's telling the truth and somebody's not.
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. Lacks foundation. Asked and answered.
Do we need to go back to Ms. McCleary's letter? Ms. Buckholz answered that, well, maybe at sometimes they weren't allowed to talk about it.
How about this, Mr. Brodsky? Can you ask the question again, except let's not make this about who's telling the truth and who's telling a lie. I'm not sure that's the intent here is relevant, but we're trying to get to the facts. So if you would please ask it that way.
Okay, so Ms. McCleary stated in her letter that at no time were SEC members allowed to talk about alternative intake locations. Do you dispute the accuracy of Ms. McCleary's statement?
Objection, hearsay, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
There were discussions about the other intake locations. However, we explained for the purposes of the SEC meeting from DCA's perspective, we were focused on intake locations between Scribner's Bend and Merritt Island.
Okay. Let's go next to Exhibit 4, HCC EX4. And And if we could just scroll down a little bit, this is to Graham Bradner. And he's listed as interim executive director. Is that correct? Do I read that correctly?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then the last sentence of the first paragraph, beginning with our tiny town of 104 households. If you could read that.
Yes,
Okay, and that says, we demand that you find a different location for these intake structures. Am I reading that correctly?
that's what it says.
Okay, and so then let's go next to Pete, let's see, the Hood protest errata, PDF page 25. Okay, and that's titled a Declaration of Protest Against Delta Conveyance Project by the People of Hood, September 2021. Did I read that correctly?
That's what it says.
And September 2021 was during the SEC process. Am I correct about that?
That is correct.
Okay, and on PDF page 26, at the bottom of the page, we have to go up a little bit. Here it says, we, the undersigned, object, protest, and demand that the location of the intakes for the Delta Conveyance Project be moved away from the town of Hood. If I read that correctly?
That's what it says.
Okay, and then if we could just scroll, not too slowly, medium speed, through the next 30 pages of signatures. I'd like to show everybody those signatures.
Mr. Brodsky,
Objection.
that's not a good use of our time.
Okay,
I will look, it's going in the record, we will have it. Do you
I'll
have a
represent to
question
you
related
that protest is signed by all 104 households of Hood. Okay. So why didn't the DCA take into account the community of Hood's unanimous and repeated opposition to the location of the intakes?
As I've described before, Appendix 3A describes looking at other alternative intakes locations that extended in the north up from the Feather River confluence, Sacramento River, down to the southern delta or to the San Joaquin River portion of the delta.
Mm-hmm.
And there are reasons for each one of the locations that Hood be there, or that not Hood, but the locations that we're looking at for the project were better from a engineering and environmental processes,
Okay.
as well as, and that was the primary reason, although we did look at resiliency, climate resiliency. We also looked at water supply, as well as fisheries issues
Okay.
and community issues.
All right. So let's take a look at that. I think you mean Appendix 3F, but let's take a look at it and see. So Mr.
The EIR.
Mr. Murdoch, in your testimony, you go over the history of the process for selecting the location of the intakes, and you cite DWR 15 in that regard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then so let's look at DWR 15. Okay. And so under 1.1 background there, if we could just scroll down a little bit more. I'll paraphrase, and you can tell me if I'm correct, that there was a fish facilities technical team, FFTT, that was comprised of representatives of 5 key resource agencies, and they conducted a multi-year process to identify, consider, and evaluate potential intake locations. You can take a minute to look at it and tell me if I've described that accurately.
So you're reading the second sentence there that says the previously identified intake sites were established through a multi-year process involving. And what is your question?
So that's what this document tells us, that the fish facilities technical team conducted a multi-year process to identify, consider, and evaluate potential intake locations. That's what happened.
As I read the background section of this tech memo, it's basically providing information that the intake sites has been looked at for this project through a number of studies and a number of past work that has been completed for the project. And the fish facilities technical team would have been a part of that. And I guess I'd ask for clarification from Ms. Gwen Buchholz if
Fish facilities technical team was for the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, California Water Fix.
Correct. Yes.
So we acknowledge that, just like in Appendix 3A of the EIR, we acknowledge other reports that preceded BDCP or
Okay.
project.
So during WaterFix BDCP, there was this FTT that conducted a process to evaluate and identify intake locations, right?
And that occurred after a much larger study of looking at intakes again along the Sacramento River, and that would have been presented in the WaterFix EIR.
Okay, and so there was this multi-year process of looking at intake locations and narrowing it down and looking at it again and narrowing it down. Is that correct?
Objection. It's vague and ambiguous as to which selection process or reports Mr. Brodsky is asking about.
A process to select intake locations conducted by the tunnel proponents took place over many years and evaluated a number of different sites.
I believe the witnesses asked and answered this question
Well, I was just
multiple times about the background of this document.
One at a time.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. So then the next paragraph under 1.1, the second paragraph under 1.1 says the previously considered intake site locations and related characteristics identified and evaluated in the previous studies were reviewed and reconsidered for this analysis. Have I read that correctly?
yes, that's correct.
And this analysis, the document we're looking at here is, I believe it's December 2021 DCA technical memo. Can we just scroll up and make sure I have that date and title right? So this is intake site identification and evaluation, correct?
And it does say December 23rd, 2021.
21, and it's a DCA document. It says Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority Technical Memorandum, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. All right, and now perhaps Ms. Buchholz is going to be the one who's going to want to answer this. But so this previous study for WaterFix BDCP, you said they started looking at intake locations, numerous ones all up and down the river, right?
Not just in WaterFix, but also through DCP. Yes.
BDCP, right?
BDCP, WaterFix.
Got it.
And it was reevaluated by DWR for DCP,
Right.
EIR.
And the WaterFix process ultimately narrowed it down to 3 intake locations, right?
The EIR looked at more,
Looked at
The
more.
proposed project ended up with 3. However, we restarted and
Right.
re-reviewed based upon the fact that this was a subsequent project and time had
Right.
passed since the previous analysis.
I understand that you re-reviewed this and gave it a fresh look. I understand that. But for the water fix BDCP,
Objection is irrelevant. We're talking about the Delta Conveyance project, not water fix.
I'll allow it though. I understand I don't know where Mr. Brodsky's going, but I'll allow it for this purpose.
We'll move on. I just one more question, a couple more questions for Ms. Buckles at this point.
Sure.
So the approved project in water fix, alternative 4A, had 3 intake locations, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was adjacent to Clarksburg, correct?
Yes.
And
It was across the river.
Okay. And the other 2 were adjacent to Hood.
They were both north and south of Hood. Yes.
Of Hood. And those 2 that were in water fix near Hood, those are the 2 locations for the intakes for the DCP, right?
As we re-reviewed the conditions along the riverbanks in that area, those 2 locations are the best places for intakes because of their geological conditions and their placement of the water depths and all.
Okay, I appreciate
over
that.
fisheries in the community.
Okay, so let's move on to the next point. Okay, so now let's look at Appendix 3F to the 2016 Water Fix FEIR. It says
I'm sorry. Is there availability to pull? I'm sorry. Are we talking about the water fix EIR? If so, I don't believe that's currently part of the record or marked.
It is. This is your witness's document here. It's attached to this document we're looking at now. And I apologize for stumbling through and finding what page to go through, but Appendix 3F of the Water Fix FEIR is attached to this document, which was submitted by your witness. So, okay, under 1.1 background, if we could just scroll down a little bit here. Okay, we've already covered that. Okay, so let's go then to okay, so then Appendix 3F starts on PDF page 21. There we go. Okay, maybe let me just clarify with Mr. Murdoch. This is your Exhibit 15, correct? What we're looking at right now.
Yes, this reference is included in Exhibit 15.
Okay, great. All right, so if we could go to page 27 and look at lines 30 to 34. And maybe you could just read those to yourself.
30 to 34?
Yes.
Okay, I've read them.
Okay, and so the gist of that is that a potential intake location near the Pocket neighborhood was rejected in part, quote, due to community opposition expressed during scoping meetings, end quote. There are a number of reasons given why it was rejected, but one of those reasons is the community opposition expressed during scoping meetings, right?
That's what it says here. I guess this document is related to the California water fix. And so I'm what
Why did you submit it? As,
this reference provides background history to the intake locations that have Sacramento River.
Okay.
And so rather than starting brand new, as we went through the intake locations again, we referenced all of the previous work that had been done before.
And as Ms. Buckholz, I believe said you reconsidered it. Is that correct, Ms. Buckholz? Did a reanalyze, reconsider what had been done
We
before?
did.
You didn't
And
just accept it.
we did not accept it. And the more critical factor of looking at this location that's referred to in this paragraph, or the near the Freeport diversion.
What line? There are line numbers there on the left-hand page.
Okay,
line number
on 32, 31.
32.
Yeah,
Okay.
31, 32. We were more concerned about water quality issues that could occur and conflicts that would occur between the Freeport, the operation of the Freeport intakes, diversions, and with the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District's wastewater treatment outfall. And that became more critical on the discussion about why this potential intake location north of Freeport was not considered.
Okay. This says this decision talked about in this document was made between 2009 and 2011. Were you a part of that process between 2009 and 2011?
I was part of the process, but not part of this decision.
Okay. All right. So then let's go to PDF page 32. Let's see lines 15 to 18. And if you could just read those.
I have read them.
Okay. And then this section here at line 13, it says additional recommendations from the FFTT in 2011 included. So what I asked you to read at 15 to 18 took place in 2011, according to this, right?
Action, hearsay, lack foundation, relevant.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. At line 13, it says additional recommendations from the FFTT in 2011 include, and then there's a colon, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a list of bullet points below that colon, correct?
Correct.
And then one of those bullet points beginning at line 15 says locate intakes downstream of the town of Freeport due to public scoping comments received in March 2009, correct?
Correct. It says that.
Okay. So what that means is if you're saying located downstream from Freeport, obviously it's a tautology that locations upstream of Freeport are being excluded, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It does not say that they're being excluded. It says that these are their recommendations.
Okay. So the recommendation is to locate the intakes downstream of Freeport, right?
That's what this recommendation says, yes.
And if you're recommending to locate it downstream of Freeport, you're recommending to not locate it upstream of Freeport, right? It's just the English language.
These are the recommendations of the FFTT.
Uh-huh, yep. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay, let's look at PDF page 26. And at line 6, in the middle of the paragraph, it says intake locations E and E1 were eliminated from consideration. Correct?
It does say that, yes.
Okay. And so let's turn to the map that shows where E and E1 are, which is that's on PDF page 38. Okay. E and E1, it's very small. I can barely see it. I don't know if you can see it or not, Mr. Murdoch, but E and E1 appear to be right next to Clarksburg there, correct?
Can we zoom in, Ms. Mullen? Please, on Clarksburg. There we go. That might be better. It's
Little
not,
better.
it's not great print.
While we're zooming, I'd like to object to this line of questioning. The witnesses testified this was attached as background, and it's not the decision, or it wasn't the basis of the decision for the DCP. And so I just object to this entire line of questioning as it relates to the decisions that were made for DCP throughout this entire exhibit, which appears to be the FEIR attached for background from Waterfix.
Mm-hmm.
Noted, Ms. Morris. What I will say is I did hear, I believe I heard Mr. Murdoch say, this is not intended to be a quote, that it was attached to provide the full background of the siting decisions for the intakes for the current project. So on that basis, I'll allow the line of questioning, although I am getting to the point where I'm wondering about, well, maybe not, but there at some point it will be so tangential that there may not be probative value. But for now, you can continue, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, so I think where we left off was it appears that E and E1 that were eliminated on that page we were just looking at are shown on this map near Clarksburg, right?
Yeah, and I guess, this is before my time. As I'm looking on the figure here, as I read it, it says E-E prime. I don't see the one, but so is that a one? So this is referring to a single location and not two locations?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, this is the location that was referred to back on page 26 that was eliminated. And whether
Max
it's one
Foundation.
Is there a question there, Mr. Brodsky?
Well, I'm just trying to identify that this is E and E1 or E and E prime that were eliminated are next to Clarksburg, correct? That's the question.
Objection is it misstates the record in the document. As Mr. Murdoch has already stated, it's one line. It's not multiple locations.
Can we go back to the written text that you're referring to, Mr. Brodsky?
So that's on PDF page 26 at line 6 to 8.
So I'm not, based on this, I'm not, I mean, I think Mr. Murdoch indicated this, but I'm not sure what E and E1 are referring to. Up above. You can see that there are references to locations B, D, E, F, G, like we saw on the map. So I don't know if you have another reference to what E1 is, but that seems to be, we don't have foundation for what the discussion is there, although I think we can talk about E. We saw E on the map.
Okay, let's talk about E. Let's go back to the map. That is PDF page 38. And let's just see what this page is titled. I think it's location of prospective intakes or something like that. Let's see if we can see the title of this page, either at the top or the bottom. Maybe at the top.
I think there was nothing at the top.
Okay.
At the bottom, it says Sacramento River cross-section analysis.
Right. It's figure 3F1.
So
the locations that are labeled E appear to be next to Clarksburg there, correct?
Objection, the record is now clouded as to what E is on this map. It appears to be river sections as labeled. So is the question as to that river section or cross section that's labeled E on this exhibit?
Is that the question, Mr. Brodsky?
I believe that is the intake location E that was eliminated there next to Clarksburg, but we can come back to this. Let's move forward, and I think there's more information about it up ahead. So let me go to the next question. We go to PDF page 26 at lines 28 to 30. If you could read that.
sorry, yes, I've read it.
Okay. So it says intake locations were shifted to avoid a number of different things. One of those things was to avoid high-value land uses, correct?
This paragraph says that.
And then it also says another thing that were shifted to avoid is town/communities.
Yes.
Okay. So would the criteria of avoiding high-value land uses tend to steer the intake locations away from wealthy areas and toward poor communities?
Objection calls for speculation, misstates the document.
Overruled to the extent you understand, if you have an understanding of what the document says.
I would ask, can you ask that question again?
Okay. The document states that intake locations were shifted to avoid high-value land uses. And my question is, would applying that criteria of locating intakes away from high-value land uses tend to steer the intake location away from wealthy areas and towards poor communities?
Objection misstates testimony, lacks foundation.
I'll let Mr. Murdoch respond to the best of his ability.
I guess I would go back to the design guidelines and objectives. In this document, if you go to PDF page 3, that outlines the objectives that were used when the intakes were considered. So the reference that we're looking at here Like I stated before, that was before my involvement in the project. I don't know if Ms. Buchholz had any insight to this document and what the criteria was that was being used at the time.
Well, I'm just talking about this specific sentence here. I know there's a lot of criteria elsewhere in the document.
Mr. Brodsky, the witnesses testified that he didn't
Sorry.
have any involvement with this particular document, so
Okay.
I'm not sure it's helpful for him to opine on what he thinks this document means.
Okay.
I would like to hold a pause, though, if you can hold your thought, Mr. Brodsky, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I see there are hands I have from the attendees who, thank you, and look to my team, thank you. Ms. Desjardins, did you need to chime in here?
Yes, I would like to chime in and just say that Mr. Brodsky is exploring the assertion that the Department of Water Resources that the determination of intake locations.
Ms. Desjardins, I appreciate your assistance, but I think Mr. Brodsky is doing quite well.
I just wanted to,
defense.
if I could just say, my own line of questioning regards this. I have some other things related to it. It would be helpful to not exclude this line of questioning based on questions I might ask. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just wanted to point out that on page 26 of this appendix, it mentions E being due east of Clarksburg. And then the map, it's just a poor quality. There is an E and then there's an E1 there. So whatever kind of confusion is being manufactured is incorrect. And there's no question that E and E1 are the intakes that were due east of Clarksburg in this document. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I mean, what I had also thought is Mr. Brodsky has enough questions. We will take a break at some point, and then I think we can, if needed, it sounds like he's taking this approach. We can circle back to the E mystery.
That's what I was planning to do.
Great. So back to you, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay. So let's move on in DWR Exhibit 15. And there are several places in the document where it lists criteria that were applied to the intake site selection process at different times. And I'd like to look at some of those places where there are criteria. So if we go to PDF page 6 near the top. And now this is the December 2021 DCA memo about site selection, correct?
Yes, it is. We're still looking at exhibit 00015?
Yeah, so exhibit 0015 is first, it's your December 2021 technical memo, and then attached to your technical memo is Appendix 3F.
Yes.
So both the technical memo and Appendix 3F are in your exhibit 15. You chose not to do two separate exhibits.
Yes, we were looking at that document.
Very good. And so it says the selection between alternative suitable sites may be influenced by, and one of the items there is socioeconomic considerations, such as proximity to towns and other built environment features, correct?
Yes, it says that.
Okay, so you're considering more than hydrological and engineering factors like river depth and sweeping velocity. You're also considering these socioeconomic considerations in this document, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and got that. Now let's go down to PDF page 8. And under 3.2, evaluation of candidate sites. And this is, again, we're still in the 2021 DCA technical memo, correct?
Correct.
And it says each of the 5 candidate sites were evaluated in additional detail according to the following evaluation categories. And then including there is landowner and community impacts.
You're referring to the bullet that says property impacts?
Well, that's there too, but let's just see. This is yeah, so that says property impacts is one of the categories. Correct?
Correct.
Built environment impacts is another one.
Yes.
Proximity to existing development is another one.
Yes.
So those are, we could call them community factors or socioeconomic factors, as opposed to these other ones, geotechnical concerns. Those are strictly engineering concerns, right?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Mr. Murdoch, you can explain your response.
So these bullets here identify the evaluation criteria that was used when looking at the intake sites.
Right.
Mhm.
And I'm just trying to point out or solicit from you, we could say that there's 2 different categories of criteria in this list. One is within the category of impacts to communities, socioeconomic impact, et cetera, and the other are engineering, such as geotechnical concerns. You're looking at both of those kind of things as you go through here.
I guess I don't categorize them that way. I look at these as individual evaluation criteria.
Okay.
But if you
Okay, fair enough. Then let's go to PDF page 24. No, excuse me, I meant to say PDF page 31. Then at line 16, it says the sites were then analyzed and compared based on the following criteria. So it uses the word criteria there, correct?
Yes, it does.
And one of those criteria is impact to existing structures, businesses, historical interests, and current use of land, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then let's go next to okay, so then what we've looked at here, your DWR exhibit 15 takes us through the intake site selection process up through the technical site selection memo of December 23rd, 2021, correct?
Sorry, will you state that again?
This exhibit 15 takes us through the intake site selection process up through the technical site selection memo dated December 23rd, 2021, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
What part?
I don't understand when you're saying takes us through.
Okay.
What are you referring to?
Historically, this starts, we reviewed earlier where it talked about site selection activities that were underway in 2009 in Appendix 3F. And then it took us through some site selection activities that were underway in 2011. And then this technical memo is dated December 2021. So this Exhibit 15 covers site selection activities from 2009 through December 2021, correct?
Objection as to covers. Is the question
Includes.
Because
I'm sorry, were you able to finish your objection, Ms. Morris?
Yeah, it's objection that is vague and ambiguous as to covers and what the purpose of the memo is, and it appears to be misstating the witness's testimony and the purpose of this document.
Let me ask this, Mr. Murdoch, what is your understanding of the purpose of this December 2021 memo?
So this memo goes through the intake site evaluation and switching between the information that was presented in the December 2023 evaluation versus what's presented here in this reference. I think is providing me with some confusion in that this reference that we're looking at here is providing the background information to the previous work that was done in looking at the intake sites. The DCA, as they looked at the Delta Conveyance project, referenced the previous work that was done, but also did a comprehensive analysis to look at the intake sites again. And so this exhibit here presents the intake site evaluation that was completed for the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay, that's helpful. And this document, your Exhibit 15, includes a description of site selection activities in Appendix 3F, going back all the way back to 2009, correct?
Yes, as by reference, it includes this 3F.
Good. And then your technical memorandum site selection dated December 2021 is more current and discusses the site selection activities that the DCA went through more recently.
Are you comparing these bullets on the screen to the previous bullets we looked at that
No,
were
I'm
the
not.
evaluation criteria?
Let's go back up to the top of Exhibit 15 and look at the technical memorandum. It'll be page 1 of this exhibit. So the subject is intake site identification and evaluation, final draft, correct?
Correct.
And then under purpose, it says the purpose of this technical memorandum is to identify potential intake sites along the Sacramento and River and evaluate them for suitability as candidate intake sites for the DCP, correct?
Objection, Hearing Officer Kinsey. This has all been asked and answered.
I'm going to overrule it just because there seems to be some residual confusion here from that verifying what this document does. So go ahead, Mr. Murdoch.
So I believe that's what I previously stated, was that this memo, just as it says what the purpose is. I guess I would, Ms. Gwen Buchholz, if I'm causing confusion here, could you maybe help provide some clarification?
You know, I think all I need to do is just identify what it says. I really don't need you to draw a conclusion. So if we could just verify what it says.
What is
Then to purpose and relevance.
That's Mr. Brodsky, we can read the document for ourselves. So I think if that's all you have here, then we should move on.
Okay, fair enough. So in this technical memorandum of December 2021, it includes site selection criteria, right? We looked at those.
Objection, asked and answered.
Go ahead, Mr. Murdoch, overruled.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And nowhere in this December 2021 technical memorandum do the words environmental justice appear, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. I'll represent to you that they don't. Do you have any reason to dispute
Calls for speculation.
He doesn't even ask the question, but sustain. Mr. Brodsky, I think we've reached the end of this.
Okay. One more question on this. And so I just asked you about the intake site identification memo. Then the Appendix 3F that's attached to the intake site identification memo The words environmental justice do not appear anywhere in that document either, do they?
I do not know the answer to that.
Objection asked and answered. This is a singular exhibit. It's an attachment to the document, so I'm not sure what Mr. Brodsky is trying to get to.
I think we were just clarifying we meant both documents, so now we've established that.
I'm trying to get to, since you asked me, that there was a long site selection process, the history.
Mr. Brodsky, this is not the time for argument.
She asked me. All right, let's shift to another topic. In your testimony, you explained that a number of things were changed in the project to reduce community impacts as a result of the SEC meetings and process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Ms. Buckholz may want to help with this, but the water fix project had 7 barge landings and relied heavily on barges to haul construction material. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
The water fix did include, I can't remember if it was 7 or how many, but it was numerous barge landings.
And numerous barge trips too, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then among the things you cite that were improved due to the SEC process were, quote, removal of the barge landings, end quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
And elimination of almost all barge traffic, correct? Okay. And then in addition, and this is all in Mr. Murdoch's testimony, you cite a quote unquote new concept which was discussed with the SEC that includes, quote, a conveyance alignment of the eastern option near Interstate 5, end quote.
Correct.
Okay. And then you give some examples of improvements due to SEC input. And you say that the selected project, the Bethany alternative, quote, reduces construction traffic and other effects in the Central Delta due to the proximity to Interstate 5, correct?
Yes.
And then it also lists as something that reduces impacts the proximity to the Port of Stockton, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You further say that, as discussed with the SEC, in order to minimize traffic on local roads, quote, tunnel shaft locations in the Bethany complex were located close to major roadways such as Interstate 5, end quote.
Correct.
Okay. And the water fix tunnel alignment was a central alignment running through the center of the delta, correct?
The proposed project was, yes.
Okay. And then I like to take a look at the DCP FEIR, which is going to be AHO 1000.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, before we move on to the next document, would it be possible to have a break for the witnesses?
I think that seems fair enough. Mr. Brodsky, does that work for you for us?
Sure,
to take?
that's fine.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:05.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It's 3:05. A look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, Ms. Quincy, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will bring up Mr. Murdoch, Ms. Buchholz, and Mr. Brodsky. I turned off your camera for you.
Okay, thank you.
I will invite you. I think I invited you to turn it back on.
There it is.
There we go. And when you're ready, you can continue with your questions.
Okay. Where was I? Get the screen here. There we are. Okay. So we were going to go to AHO 1000, PDF page 23.
And I should make sure you're in the room together, but Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, I want to make sure you're online and ready to go as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So there's, 3 panels on this page, if we could try to be able to see all 3 of them. There we go. And then I think Ms. Buchholz, this will probably be, so this is the water fix, the Delta Conveyance Project final EIR. And these 3 maps show the left one is labeled central alignment, correct? Actually, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong exhibit. Can we go first to, I got thrown off by the lunch break, by the break a little bit there. Can we go to HCC Exhibit 7? Make it just a little smaller.
Do you mean zoom in or zoom out? Zoom out. There we go.
Out so we can see the whole thing.
Great.
There we go. And this is from the water fix final EIR. And that's showing the selected project's route there. And Ms. Buchholz, I had asked you earlier, water fix was through the center of the delta, and you agreed with that, right? Is Ms. Buchholz with us?
We didn't hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, there's an extra button on these headphones and I'm forgetting. Sorry. The central alignment is similar to this red line for the tunnel.
Okay.
But it's not the same. The water fix ended up at Clifton Court 4 Bay, and water fix did not. I mean, DCP did not.
Okay. Okay, good. Let's go to the next one, which is AHO 1000 at page 23. So the left, this is the Delta Conveyance Project, and these are the 3 alignments that were discussed in the EIR, right?
Correct.
And so the left is a central alignment, which is similar to the water fix central alignment, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle one is the eastern alignment, which skirts around the eastern edge of the delta closer to Highway 5, correct?
Correct.
And then the right panel is the Bethany alternative, which is a selected project, which also skirts around the eastern edge of the delta close to Highway 5, correct?
Correct.
So the tunnel route has been shifted from a water fix through the center of the delta, from the center of the delta, so it now skirts the eastern edge of the delta, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, but we'll see where we're going.
The Bethany Reservoir alignment and eastern alignment are closer. The tunnel is closer to Interstate 5 than it is on the central alignment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we were interrupted by the break. I just want to summarize so far. We've talked about improvements that were made through this, you allege, through the stakeholder process, which was we eliminated the barge landings, correct?
Yes.
Eliminated
Yes.
eliminated virtually all use of barges.
Yes.
Moved the tunnel alignment over to the eastern, around the eastern edge of the delta, closer to Highway 5, correct?
Objection, asked and answered all of these questions.
Noted, this is true, but we're getting there, so go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
So I didn't hear Ms. Buckholz's answer.
To which could you repeat the last question?
The last one is that to reduce construction impacts in the central delta and allow for use of Highway 5, the tunnel alignment over around the eastern edge of the delta was selected for the DCP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And those changes we just went through, you in Mr. Murdoch's testimony and elsewhere say that those changes reduce delta community impacts. Correct?
It reduced many different impacts.
Okay.
Some of those were Delta communities, yes.
Okay. So let's look at okay, and let's look at Exhibit 11, HCCEX 11. And then to, I think it's third PDF page. You participate in the water fix hearings, Ms. Buckholz, is that correct?
I'm just going to object to this whole line of questioning as to water fix and pulling up what appears to be, but is not, there's no foundation for exhibits that were produced by Mr. Brodsky and water fix as they relate to water fix and barge trips from water fix.
Noted. I'm going to proceed with caution, Mr. Brodsky, but
okay.
I'd like to see where this goes.
Okay, so this is Exhibit SCA 72, CDA 72 from the water fix hearings. And it shows, if we could scroll up a little bit, it shows the red dashed lines are the barge routes all through the delta. It shows the barge landings. If we could see the bottom of the page. The
Hearing Officer Kinsey?
Yes.
By referring to the water fix exhibit numbers, is he also referring, or Mr. Brodsky, are you also referring to your exhibit number 11?
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure. So this shows the water fix barge routes in the red dashed lines. Shows the barge landings highlighted. They're in yellow down at the bottom. And this was, so all of those barge routes through the delta have been eliminated, correct?
So objection, there's no foundation for this document. There's no foundation that the witness knows what this document is, where it came from, other than from Mr. Brodsky's exhibits from WaterFix.
Okay, so there are no barge routes in the DCP along the red line shown in this document, correct?
Objection, same objection test foundation and relevance.
Overruled.
So first, I'm not familiar with this exhibit. It says it's not one that is in DCP, EIR, or the engineering documents. And it wasn't one that was produced for the WaterFix EIR specifically. With respect to barge trips, we will have barge trips that in the construction, or first of all, there'll be barge trips for geotechnical investigations in overwater areas. So they would be, we're assuming, starting from the Port of Stockton and going up to the confluence of the Sacramento River. So I cannot tell you that there will not be barge trips along the red dash lines for those perspectives. And at the very end of construction of the intakes, we need to place riprap along the side of the levee, like you would any levee repair, and be using a barge to move the rock and soil material and place the rock at the intakes. It's a minor portion, but with that, we'll be doing that's much different than what was anticipated to be done by barge, constructed by barge in the WaterFix EIR.
So it's my understanding in the DCP that you're projecting less than 100 barge round trips. Is that?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to look at the numbers. I'm not going to cite the numbers, but it's much less than it was in WaterFix. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right.
And that came mainly, just by may add, Ms. Hearing Officer, that was mainly because as we talked about that, it's SEC. People provided us observational data and knowledge of the rivers and how difficult it would be for navigation in those areas. And so that was one of the things to making the differences.
So it was Mr. Murdoch's testimony that these changes, the elimination of the barges or drastic reduction of barges, all the things we talked about, those were as a result of the stakeholder committee process.
We heard what they said, yes.
Yep. Okay, so let's take a look at HCC Exhibit 8. And then if we'd go to the next page. So this shows SCDA 305 was admitted into evidence on August 27th, 2018. And then we can go to the next page. And then if we could zoom so we can see the whole thing.
Object as lacks foundation. Again, this appears to be a mock-up of an exhibit having to do with WaterFix that was presented by Mr. Brodsky and does not have anything to do with the Delta Conveyance project.
Should I answer?
Yes, please.
The relevance is that their testimony, and they're hanging their hat very heavily on this, is that these changes eliminating the barges, moving it over to the eastern route were a result of the stakeholder committee. But that's not true. It was a result of this exhibit and the other things that we told them long before the stakeholder committee.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Brodsky. I didn't mean to invite argument, but help me with this exhibit. So this is an exhibit from the water fix proceeding that was accepted into evidence, but is it
Correct.
an exhibit that did you create this? What is it?
With others, yes, we created it, and it's a proposal for permit conditions for water fix. And I can point out what those conditions are, which are all the things that they say were.
But why is this? I'm trying to. The witness is not going to. I mean, we should ask the witness, but I presume that the witness will not have seen this exhibit before. So what work is it doing for us on cross-examination?
What it's doing is that it says that we're proposing there an eastern alignment, which will avoid recreational impacts in the central delta. And
so you're using the exhibit to show a different proposed alignment of the tunnel?
To show that the reason they moved it over to the eastern alignment and eliminated the barge trips and are using the Port of Stockton is because we demanded they do it long before the stakeholder committee was formed. It was not a result of the stakeholder committee. Mr. Murdoch's testimony in large measure.
Hold on. So well, let's hear from Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, do you want to very briefly
just finish the one sentence and then go to her?
Sure. Well, okay. Finish your
Mr.
sentence.
Murdoch's testimony in large measure was how hard they worked and how much they worked and how many concessions they made to the community because of the stakeholder engagement committee. And this shows that that's just not true.
So I'd like to just say, thank you, very briefly, that this is testimony by an attorney, and there is nothing on the record that shows that this was a permit condition. It's just a map that Mr. Brodsky is representing and now testifying to. Witnesses said they're not familiar with these, and it has nothing to do with DCP. I hope that Mr. Brodsky is not calling Mr. Murdoch a liar, but it appears to be a very argumentative line of questioning with no foundation for these documents.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Mr. Brodsky, I'm going to let you ask some questions, but I want to be very careful here because I think it's an appropriate use of, there's a limited appropriate use of this map. An appropriate use would be for illustrative purposes to point out what seems to have been an exhibit in a past proceeding, which indicates a proposed alignment of the water fix tunnels in that case. So I think there's very limited relevance here, but I'm going to allow you to ask some questions, but I don't think it's appropriate. Well, we'll start one by one. We'll go with that.
Okay, thank you. So in the center panel on the right-hand side, it says approximate route, eastern alignment per Delta Alliance proposed permit condition avoids recreational impacts. And then it's pointing to that blue line running around the eastern edge of the Delta. And Ms. Buckles, isn't that similar to the alignment for the Bethany Reservoir alternative?
Well, first, let me tell you that I've never seen this exhibit until this moment. And second, when we developed the eastern alignment, it was also very similar to the water fix eastern alignment, which had some similarities to the peripheral canal alignment too. And we developed that separately. Then we did not have this information when we developed the eastern alignment.
Okay, but the question was, did you say yes, that blue line is similar to the Bethany Reservoir alignment?
I would say there are some locations that are similar, yes.
Okay, and then the red
line did not influence our development of the eastern alignment.
Okay, I understand that. And then the red line through the center, it says approximate tunnel route through center of Delta, approved project, alternative 4A water fix. That red line is similar to what the central alignment was for water fix. Is that correct?
It appears similar, but I would not, without comparison, I couldn't tell you it's identical.
Okay. And then the top box says staging areas and muck dumps can be located east of eastern alignment tunnel construction service from Highway 5, no barge traffic needed. Isn't that similar to the improvements that you made that Mr. Murdoch says come from the stakeholder committee?
Objection, lacks foundation, relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
I can't compare that because I don't know where the launch shafts are and all right now for the DCP project. We have the RTM storage at the launch shaft sites. And I don't know how to compare that to this graphic.
Fair enough. And then down at the bottom, it says tunnel segments delivered to Port of Stockton, easy delivery by truck by Highway 5. And in the DCP, you're using the Port of Stockton significantly for staging area?
Yep.
Okay.
That was also in Waterfix, yes.
And you're also, you've, for DCP, you've shifted substantial truck traffic off of Central Delta roads and over to Highway 5.
Of the tunnel launch shafts, yes.
Okay. And then this list there in the center says Bolden Island muck dump and staging area impacts. That Bolden Island staging area has been eliminated, right? Or there is no staging area on Bolden Island for the DCP.
Objection, lacks foundation, relevance.
I'll allow it with respect to the DCP proposal. Go ahead, Ms. Buchholz.
The central alignment has not been selected, and so therefore there'd be no tunnel launch shaft at Bolden Island, so therefore there'd be no RTM storage.
Okay. And then it says up at the top, Meadows Slough impacts. There, for water fix, there was a muck dump and other facilities located there. For DCP, you have the Twin Cities complex. There is
Objection, lacks foundation.
There is a Twin Cities complex for the DCP, correct?
The Twin Cities complex is a tunnel launch shaft.
Mm-hmm.
The RTM stays at the tunnel launch shaft.
Mm-hmm.
The Meadows Slough, I don't understand the Meadows Slough impacts. In Waterfix, there was a potential barge landing, a barge route and a barge landing off of Meadows Slough.
Mm-hmm. And there is no barge landing or barge route at Meadows Slough in the DCP?
No.
Okay. And then down below there, it says Potato Slough anchorage impacts. There was a barge landing on Bolden Island, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, relevance.
Overruled.
Do you recall if there was a barge landing on Bolden Island for water fix?
There was one that we looked at in Waterfix, and also we looked at it during DCP for the central alignment before we went to SEC, the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, and eliminated that barge landing. So if the tunnel launch shaft had stayed at Bolden for central alignment, that was there was supposed to be there initially was a barge landing, and after Stakeholder Engagement Committee, and that really was that was because they talked about how many people had houseboats down there. We then eliminated that barge landing for the central alignment.
Okay. And one more question, we'll leave this exhibit. It's as you, I think, just implied, it's the shifting of the route over to the east that facilitates eliminating a lot of those central delta impacts. Is that correct?
The eastern alignment will not go through the central delta, correct?
Okay. All right, let's go to the next item. HCC EX8. No, I'm sorry, it's think it's EX9. Let me just see here. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's EX9 that I wanted. And this is our testimony from the water fix hearing. And if you could scroll down to page 4.
And Mr. Brodsky, can you clarify whose testimony this is?
This is Captain Frank Morgan, who was an expert witness who testified for us at the water fix hearing. And he's a Delta tour boat captain and testified about things that required intimate knowledge of the Delta.
Thank you.
And when I say us, he testified for Save the California Delta Alliance rather than Hood at that time. And if we could scroll down a little more. All right, now, I just want to read the one paragraph.
Well, why don't we read it on our own once you find the paragraph you want us to read?
Fair enough. It's the paragraph that begins at the bottom of the page. Mr. Reachbiter testified. That impacts.
I see. And then let's go to the next page, please. All right, then what are your questions, Mr. Brodsky?
Question is, what Mr. Morgan is describing there, moving the tunnel alignment over to the east, and the other things he discusses there, isn't that the same as the approach to reducing mitigations that you're taking that you say came from the stakeholder committee?
Objection. This testimony lacks foundation. The witness is not before us. There's nothing, we can't cross-examine this witness. This appears to be opinion testimony, and we aren't able to verify this person's expertise. Furthermore, it's outside the scope and irrelevant as it relates to water fix.
So thank you, Ms. Morris. So I'm going to allow it. It is hearsay, but I don't think Mr. Brodsky is using it for the truth of the matter. I think he's using it as, a testimony that was submitted and I gather accepted into evidence in the water fix proceeding.
I'm sorry, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky. So I'm going to allow
establish the fact that these things were said to DWR long before the stakeholder committee.
Exactly. So it's not for the truth of the matter of what is contained therein, but the statements were made. I'll allow the question. Let's get to the question.
I told you this stuff.
I'll just say it lacks foundation as to the figure and what the figure is showing. We don't know what figure this is or what route it is. And so I don't know how the witness can answer when they don't have that figure in front of them and to agree or disagree whether I think it has relevance or not.
The figure is the one we just looked at, and that Ms. Buckholz testified that the eastern.
Mr. Brodsky, I'm going to interrupt the argument. Remind me of what the question is, please.
Question is, isn't the things that Mr. Morgan is describing in this paragraph, moving the tunnel route over to the eastern edge of the Delta and other things to eliminate central Delta impacts, isn't that the same thing as the approach that you're taking now that you say came from the stakeholder committee?
Let's break that down. I think that's 2 or 3 questions.
All right.
Before relating it to the stakeholder committee, let's, if you would, elicit whether this is seems to be a similar plan. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with the same, because I don't think we can establish it's the same. The best we can probably do is similar. But
similar, better word. So this Mr. Morgan here is proposing that the water fix tunnel route through the center of the delta should be shifted over to the eastern edge of the delta, correct?
That's what this document says.
Okay. And then he relates a number of benefits that can come from that, including reducing central delta impacts, correct?
I see that in this document. However, I don't remember using this document. And as we proceeded in DCA, starting in 2019, we actually did an entire technical memorandum, which is part of the record of the engineering project report for the Central Eastern. And we did a barge transportation route. So we did our own analysis, and we were not relying upon this document that you
Right.
have.
So I got that, and I'm not asking if you were relying on it. I'm just asking if the things that are described in here are similar to the things you're doing, as I asked each one.
I see that the concepts are similar to things that we looked at in DCP.
Gwen, if you don't mind, I guess if we're referring to the figure that we were looking at previously, from an engineering standpoint, the alignment that was shown previously is much different than the selected Bethany alignment. When we're considering the specific location of facilities. For example, the Twin Cities site is east of I-5. The figure that you showed did not have the tunnel alignment east of I-5. And so to say that the figure we were looking at previously is you know, the same project that we currently have, I from an engineering standpoint, I would say that it's not. I also think that the operations of the California Water Fix project, as far as the hydraulic operations of the system, were different. So as I'm sitting here looking at the two figures and looking at the two projects, that's a 45-mile long alignment. And so to take that into perspective of where we've actually located facilities, it's hard for me to draw similarities between the two.
Okay. And I'm not asking anything about operations. This is all limited to construction impacts, all of my questions.
Okay.
And so what Mr. Morgan says there at the top of the page is the tunnels can feasibly be routed around the eastern edge of the delta. And so that's what, not exactly this route, but DCP routes it around the eastern edge, correct?
That is correct.
And then it says, routing it around the eastern edge would facilitate moving muck dump staging areas and access shafts away from delta waterways and eliminating barge traffic. That's true, isn't it? Moving it over to the east does facilitate those things, right?
This that doesn't relate to the same thing as moving from central alignment to the eastern alignment in DCP, because we always had the Twin Cities complex for the tunnel launch shafts for all alternatives in DCP.
Okay, so let's go to the next item. I think I can go to Mr. Volk at this point. Good afternoon, Mr. Volk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brodsky. How are you?
Good, thank you. Let me just depart from my prepared text here for a minute. Something Ms. Buckles said this morning made me nervous. So, Ms. Buckles, you recall that in WaterFix, there were 3,090, you may not recall the exact number, I'll say there were 3,090 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles that supported the intake foundations. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance. This whole line of question and relevance is Mr. Brodsky trying to say that he likes this project better and that it does everything he said. It seems irrelevant to compare it to WaterFix when that's not the project or the impacts that we're looking at. And in fact, many of these impacts don't appear to be appropriately within the standard for a change petition.
The point of this question is not the same as what I was going through before. Mr. Volk in his testimony did not analyze noise from impact-driven steel piles. Some things that Ms. Buchholz said this morning made me a little nervous that there may still be some impact-driven steel piles, and that's what I want to find out from her.
So why were you asking about WaterFix?
That's because the impact-driven steel piles were in WaterFix, and then purportedly a decision was made to change from the impact-driven steel piles to drilled piers as we moved over to the DCP.
So why don't you ask about the DCP? Let's jump to that step, please.
How are the intake foundations supported in the DCP?
I'll start the response and have Mr. Murdoch continue. We will start all of the foundational piles with vibratory or driven piles to a level in which they meet resistance and cannot proceed to the adequate depth for foundational strength. And then they may or may not require some parts of that to be impact pile driven. We've made an assumption in the DCP engineering report, and it's also presented in chapter 12 of the EIR.
Okay, so let me ask you for an understanding of two different types of foundation supports. One would be drilled piers. That's one type of a foundation support that can be used. And another is impact-driven steel piles. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Mr. Merck respond to that, please.
Yes, those are two type of foundation supports.
Okay. And in your noise analysis, you did not analyze any impact-driven piles for the intake foundations. Is that correct?
I will let Mr.
Misstates testimony.
I'm asking, it's a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Volk can speak to his analysis.
With respect to pile driving, we did analyze impact pile driving for the intakes, and because it would be necessary, as indicated by Ms. Buchholz and Mr. Murdoch, in case hard soils are encountered. So that was assumed in our modeling.
And is that impact driving of casings for drilled piers, or is that an impact driven steel pile?
Well, we have the sheet piles for the
right
for the sheet piles. But yeah, the cofferdam, right? The sheet piles for the cofferdam, and then there's the steel casings for the foundation piles, and those would primarily be vibratory driven, but there may be cases where impact driving may be necessary.
Okay, so I mean, this is where it helps to refer to WaterFix to be able to just clarify what kind of piles we're talking about. If you could give me that leeway, Madam Hearing Officer. And so
Sure.
I asked Ms. Buchholz, and she remembers. In WaterFix, there were 3,000, I'm going to say approximately 3,000 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles that supported the intake foundations. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the number. I know that we used steel piles to a much greater extent, and primarily used steel pile driven steel piles in water fix.
Exact number is important.
Okay.
They were large diameter impact driven steel piles that supported the intake foundations, not the cofferdam, the intake foundations, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation.
I think it's Ms. Buchholz. If you know the answer, please go ahead.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Okay, how can we find that out? What the exact method of supporting the foundations? Can you tell me how I can find out? Is there a witness that can answer that question?
What I can say is in water fix, we did not use vibratory or driven piles. That I know. I do not know the number.
So how can I find out? It's very critical to know if those impact-driven steel piles are going to be there at the foundations or not, because it'll be 3 times as loud as what Mr. Volk says if they're there. So how can I find out if they're there or not?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brodsky, can you clarify, are you talking about WaterFix or DCP? Because now I'm
DCP.
confused. Okay.
Oh,
Let me have Mr. Murdoch respond to that.
yeah. If you're interested in understanding the piles that are being used on the Delta Conveyance project, that information is contained in the engineering project reports. You're asking what? Sorry.
To clarify, the engineering project reports say drilled piers, but Ms. Buchholz was saying things about this morning is that we'll use drilled piers and avoid impact-driven piles wherever we can, wherever it's feasible.
So
what I'm trying to get is an absolute assurance
mm-hmm.
that you're not using those 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles to support the intake foundations.
So we have limited geotechnical data right now, but the current design has drilled piers underneath the foundation of the intake structure. And as far as the other piles, there are sheet piles that are it will be expected to be used for the cofferdam construction as well as the training walls. Those will be installed with a vibratory driven pile until they reach refuse. They do not, if we can't get them in far enough, that's the time at which impact pile driving might be used to drive them an additional 5 feet.
Right.
So,
so I'm not concerned at all with the coffer walls right now. I'm just concerned with this line of questioning about the piles that support the intake foundation. So cofferdam's a separate thing. We'll deal with that later. So you said you have limited geotechnical information. So with the information you have, can you assure me that you are not going to use impact-driven steel piles to support the intake foundations?
Objection, misstates testimony, vague and ambiguous as to assurance.
Can you rephrase the question without assurance?
Are you certain that the DCP intake foundations will not be supported with 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles?
based on our current understanding of the geotechnical conditions, we are not moving forward with impact-driven steel piles to support the foundation.
And what if you get more information from further geotechnical studies? Is there a possibility that you will use the 42-inch diameter impact-driven steel piles?
Objection, calls for speculations.
Overruled.
I'm not a structural foundation expert, but I would say that we would probably look at the same similar approach and just maybe change the diameter or spacing of the piles.
When you say
I'm sorry, not of the piles, of the drilled piers.
Okay. And so, Mr. Volk, impact-driven 42-inch steel piles are much louder than drilled piers, aren't they?
They are, in the sense of the maximum level that's produced with each pile strike. On a average basis, if they're driven at a rate of 2 minutes per pile, as indicated in the pile driving technical memo, it averages out over an hour to a lower level, let's say. Yeah.
I'm not sure I got a clear answer there.
Uh-huh.
And I have to relate back to WaterFix. I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, but we analyzed the noise from the impact-driven steel piles in WaterFix, and they came to the conclusion they would produce sound levels over 80 decibels in hood, much louder than what you're projecting now.
Objection, hearing officer. This is not the time for his testimony.
We don't have a basis for this,
Right.
Mr. Brodsky, so I'm not sure we can go this way.
All right. You did not analyze your noise analysis does not calculate the noise from using impact-driven 42-inch steel piles at the intake foundations, correct?
Objection misstates testimony.
Overruled.
42-inch steel piles.
Correct.
Well, I want to just check with Mr. Murdoch. Is that correct, that they're 42-inch steel piles for the foundation?
No, the foundation at the intake, the conceptual design is 42-inch diameter drilled piers, not piles.
And I'm just asking about your noise analysis, Mr. Volk. What, for the purposes of calculating the noise that would go to adjacent communities, you did not consider 42-inch diameter steel piles at the intake foundations, correct? You should know what's in your noise analysis.
We considered them to be vibratory driven for the foundations.
Well, if it's a drilled pier, Mr. Murdoch, if it's a drilled pier, that vibratory driving would be on a casing or starter casing, correct?
Yeah. Well, let me just clarify. Yes, for the starter casings, it was vibratory driving in order to align the piers so that they could be drilled correctly.
Okay, let me go on with some other things and we'll come back to this, okay?
Okay.
So you state in your testimony that except for some concrete pours, construction will occur only during daytime hours, correct?
You're asking me, Mr. Brodsky?
Mr. Volk.
Adam or Mr.
I'm
Volk?
asking Mr. Volk, in his noise analysis, he calculates daytime noise levels and nighttime noise levels, and he says that with the exception of some concrete pours, construction will occur only during daytime hours. We can look at the testimony if you like. It's DDR 700 at PDF page 9. I'm not sure I was clear. I'm asking for a DWR 700 at PDF page 9.
I think we're pulling it. There we go.
Okay, I didn't mean to rush. I just didn't know
No,
if I was sort of. Okay. And then we scroll to PDF page 9. Is that 9?
Yes.
And then we want to go down to line 17 to 19. And it says there, construction will generally occur only during daytime hours except for concrete pours. Correct?
Yes, an exception is for concrete pours.
Right.
Right.
Okay. And then you state that noise could exceed, a DWR set a daytime limit 60 dBA. Is that correct?
It set a limit of 60 decibels during the day. Yes.
During the day. Correct. Okay. And you state that noise could exceed that daytime limit of 60 dBA in some cases. Correct? That's at page 11, lines 1 to 3. Worst case sound levels could marginally exceed DWR's set daytime limits of 60 dBA, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And then I'd like to look at the EIR about this daytime issue, which would be AHO 1183, page 2. And it says there, it's making calculations and it refers to which receptors exceeding daytime criteria, correct?
Yes, that's the second row in the table. Well, there's 2 rows that show that. Looks like the second and the third row of the table.
So when you said in your testimony that in some cases the sound would exceed 60 dBA during daytime hours, what hours are you referring to? What's daytime? From what time to what time?
Well, in acoustics, when we're conducting noise studies, daytime hours are defined specifically as 7 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m.
So then what you're saying is that the noise could exceed the 60 dBA daytime limit 8 p.m., 9 p.m., all the way up to 10 p.m., correct?
No, I would not say that. I would not say that's accurate. What the analysis describes is the worst hour of the day for construction. So that can occur anytime during work hours. Now, the work hours, from what I understand, don't go all the way to 10 p.m. except in the case of concrete pours. So I don't think it would be accurate to say that it goes all the way to 10 p.m. except for those instances when concrete pours would occur, which in the case of the intakes is a matter of a few days at a time for a few months total.
Okay. Putting aside the concrete pours, which I understand is limited, from the perspective of community protection, when you say in your testimony it could exceed 60 dBA during daytime hours, is DWR willing to accept a permit condition that says that's no later than 8 p.m.?
I may be able to help on this. The project description in the EIR identifies construction hours in that case that you just stated, of the intakes without the concrete pours as 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. max, but also within the sunrise to sunset. So it would never be later than 7 p.m.
Never later than 7.
Right.
Okay, let's take a look at AHO 1183, page 10. Line 20. A little footnote there. I don't know if you can see it, but it says daytime equals 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Can you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then AHO 1183 at page 27. Line 8. It says between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., noise levels during the project construction would be considered to exceed daytime noise criteria, et cetera. So in those last two places I've looked at, daytime is defined as 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., correct?
Objection, I think the witness has already stated that there's the analysis versus what they did in the analysis from 7 to 10 versus what Ms. Buchel said is in construction and a commitment. It seems like this question is irrelevant at this point.
Okay, so Ms. Morris, since you've jumped in, were you willing to agree to a permit condition that says, regardless of what it says in the EIR, contradicting here and there, that daytime is 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
I believe we have a post-permit condition that has that.
Okay, then we can resolve that.
Consider that. If it's not very clear, but it's also not just, it's you're talking in and around Hood at the construction intakes, I believe we have that in a permit condition. For post-permit condition.
Let me then pursue that with you as a permit condition, okay, after we finish the testimony today.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's look at DWR 712. And Mr. Volk, the purple area there shows where noise may exceed 60 dBA daytime, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Hood, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I may, well, it shows where the 60 decibel contour would be exceeded during the pile driving at the cofferdams and the vibratory casings for the foundation that we were discussing earlier. So it's specifically that that phase of construction that involves pile driving.
Okay. And then Hood is shown there near the center, and those brown dots, are those Hood residences there? I don't know if we blow up the center of the drawing a little bit. Yeah. There you see Hood and those little brown dots. What are those little brown dots?
Those little brown dots are residences, and yes, they're, as you can see, they're a cluster in Hood, and they're also scattered to the north, southwest. Yeah.
And then your testimony states that 117 residences would potentially exceed 60 dBA, of which 25 could exceed 65 dBA and 13 could exceed 70, right?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to which time frame and which construction period you're referring to.
Let's take a look at DWR 700. And page 11. And then we have line 8 to 11. So where it discusses 117 residents could exceed 60 dBA, 25 could exceed 65, and 13 could exceed 70. When is that, and how long, and what time of day?
That section that you're referring to, those are the residences that would exceed the levels that you just specified during daytime hours, and it would be during the pile driving phase of construction.
Okay.
So it is the worst case in our model, and it's related to intermittent pile driving. So it's the loudest on an average hourly basis during the pile driving phase.
Okay. And so those ones there that would exceed 70, your daytime limit was 60. So that 70 would be twice as loud as 60, right?
In terms of subjective, well, yes, subjective hearing of the noise. This is something that is discussed in FHWA guidance, that from a listener's perspective, a 10 decibel increase can be perceived as twice as loud. So yes, so a 70 decibels would be perceived as twice as loud compared to 60 decibels.
Okay. So the standard is that for every 10 dBA increase, that's perceived as twice as loud. Correct?
A 10 decibel increase is perceived as twice as loud, according to FHWA guidance, yes.
Okay. And in your testimony, you say worst case sound levels from pile driving would marginally exceed the DWR daytime limit of 60. But where they're 70, they're twice as loud. That's more than marginally, isn't it?
Well, if I may, I think an important thing to understand here is that what's intended by that statement is that there's several, a majority of the residences would be between 60 and 65 decibels. So it would be close to the level of normal speech, as I described earlier. There would be a few that would be louder. In this case, as you say, there would be 13 that would exceed 70. So they would experience louder noise levels during pile driving, but the great majority of the homes would be between 60 and 70.
Okay, so the ones at 70 are twice as loud as the limit of 60, right?
Yes. I mean, it would be perceived as twice as loud compared to 60, yes.
All right. So let's go to the next thing. I want to turn to you discuss noise shrouds or blankets to shield pile driving noise. That's at DWR 700 at page 9. Lines 1 to 3. Other features that reduce construction noise include the use of temporary shroud barriers and shrouds installed on the perimeter of noise-sensitive activities. Okay. And then let's look at AHO 1183, page 67. And I want to see lines 11 to 15. So that talks about more specifically about noise shrouds for pile drivers. And it says a shroud or noise blanket of sufficient mass installed on pile driver scaffolding is effective as a noise reduction method, right?
That's what it says, yes. However, I do want to note that our modeling does not include mitigation measures such as this. This would be mitigating the sound levels that you were just describing. So this is not included in our model. This is a mitigation measure that would be applied in some cases to reduce the noise levels.
Well, will you use the shrouds for pile driving or not?
Objection, argumentative, misstates testimony, asked and answered.
Maybe you can clarify, Mr. Volk, if you would, please.
Your testimony listed.
Sorry, what?
Let me go through it. Your testimony listed the shrouds as effective noise reduction measures. And here it says in the EIR, shrouds will be used to reduce noise, will be used. And so I'm asking you, are you going to use shrouds to reduce the noise from pile drivers?
The shrouds would be used in field investigations to determine if they would be effective as mitigation. So that is the field investigations are an important mitigation component for determining first the sound level of the pile drivers, the sound level of the piles that would be installed, the pile testing, and also the feasibility of shrouds as a effective noise reduction measure.
Maybe I can add to that. In Chapter 3 of the EIR, we have a section called Field Investigation. Those things are geotechnical investigations, and this one happens to be a pilot study. So we can develop a methodology to maximize the noise reduction on the shrouds. So at that location, because it's not just a mechanical process to attach a shroud, it also depends upon the surrounding landscape. So we will be doing a field investigation at the intake to determine how to best place the shrouds around for pile driving, and that'll be done prior to construction, and then mandated in the construction documents.
So when you say it's mandated in the construction documents, that means you will use the shrouds on the pile drivers.
We have stated that, yes.
Okay. So let's take a look then at Exhibit 14, please.
Ms. Kinsey, while we pull up that exhibit, could we just do a time check? It is 4:15. I know you have a hard stop at 5.
It may, yes, we do. And Mr. Brodsky, how much more do you think you have?
I don't think I'll finish by 5.
Okay. Then what I'd like to do is go ahead and take a 5-minute break. The witnesses have been going for an hour once again, more than.
Sure.
And let's come back at, we'll say 4:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is 4:20. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. And I assume Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, you're here and ready to go.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, I will turn things back over to you, Mr. Brodsky. And you are on mute, Mr. Brodsky.
Sorry about that. Thank you for telling me. If we could take a look at HCC Exhibit 14. This is from WaterFix, but I just generally want to be able to talk with Ms. Buckholz about how a shroud will work in a overwater pile driving situation. So I guess what I'm concerned about, Ms. Buckholz, when we say shielding the pile driver with shrouds and the EIR says shrouds are effective when they're built off on scaffolding, I mean, how would you go about doing that in this kind of situation where you're out over the water there?
So this is one of the differences between WaterFix and the DCP. We will not be placing these from the water. There won't be any barges for installation of this, the cofferdams or anything else. They will be all done from the land side. So it's a different set of equipment.
Okay.
And
but they'll be reaching from the land over the water, right? The sheet pile has to go in before you de-water, doesn't it?
yes, but all of the installation will occur from the land side. There will
Okay.
be no barges.
Great, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. It helps me understand it better. So with the crane sitting on the land and the boom reaching out over the water, the pile is still hanging out over the water, right?
Yes, at some level, yes.
And so then how, I mean, you can't build the scaffolding up out of the water, or can you? I don't know. I'm asking.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Murdoch, you want to answer
Well, yeah,
that?
maybe I can help clarify that. And I assume we're talking about impact pile driving. The figure that you have here doesn't necessarily show the equipment that's used for impact pile driving. And so there's a steel frame that goes up above the sheet pile that's a structural frame that's built. And then there's a weight inside of there that is dropped to impact pile drive. The shrouds that would be constructed or built would be attached to that frame. So if you've ever driven along the highway and seen pile driving of bridges, maybe you've noticed that type of equipment. And so we would be attaching shrouds to that equipment. Does that help you understand?
So the shroud would be on a steel frame that moves along with the pile driver as it moves from pile to pile. Is that right?
It would essentially be part of the pile driving equipment.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me just, Ms. Buckholz, if you know, in that cartoon there, the pile is up in the air somewhat, and then we see the top of the levee close by. What is the relevation? How high up in the air will the top of the pile be at its highest point when it's being installed? If you know.
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to this figure, which is not for this, or are you asking on the land side?
The figure was just to have something to look at while we're talking about it. It's not a representation of anything. It was just to try to make the conversation easier. And just to see what I'm getting at is I'm trying to find out if it would be feasible to build a sound wall, temporary sound wall on the top of the levee. And so that's why I'm asking how high up in the air the pile driving will take place to try and figure out how high that wall would have to be. That's the point of the question.
Objection calls for speculation, seems facts not in evidence.
Mr. Murdoch or Ms. Buchholz, you can answer if you have an answer.
I do not have an answer.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, then, Mr. Volk, in your testimony, you discussed the decibel level of expected noise. But there are other factors that affect whether or not a resident of Hood or of any community will experience noise as annoying or not, aren't they?
As to annoying and other experience.
So acoustical, it's an established principle in acoustical engineering called an annoyance factor. So is Mr. Volk familiar with annoyance factors in acoustical engineering?
Yes, I'm familiar with annoyance being an effect of noise.
Okay. Isn't it true that best practices in noise assessment are to consider annoyance factors in addition to the decibel level?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to by annoyance factors.
Okay, well, for example, what is the basic ambient? I think you said the ambient level at Hood was 52, I believe you said. And what is that basically? Is that traffic noise or what is that noise?
Projection vague and ambiguous as the time frame to the ambient noise.
When you took your noise measurements for ambient level?
Yes, well, we measured the noise level using sound level meters. And we measured an average of 52 decibels in the location near Hood. There were two monitors that we placed. I mean, it was whatever ambient noise was present. I'm sure traffic contributed. But I don't know precisely all the noise sources that contributed to the ambient level because it's not a sound recording. It merely measures the ambient sound that's incident on the microphone.
Okay, that's fair. And the pile driving noise, which is the loudest source of noise that you analyze here, that's impulsive in character. Is that correct?
As to the meaning of impulsive.
As professional acoustical engineers use that term.
An impulsive noise source. Yes, I think it's fair to say that impact pile driving would be impulsive. Vibratory, I would not consider impulsive, but something like impact pile driver or a firearm, for instance, would be examples of impulsive noise sources.
Okay. And if the basic ambient noise is traffic noise or something similar to that, that's basically a steady noise, and the intruding noise is impulsive in character, don't acoustical engineers penalize that impulsive noise? In other words, add 5 to 10 decibels because it's of a different character?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
When you have an ambient sound level, let's say that's from traffic, and then you have an intruding noise that you're analyzing that's from impact pile driving, isn't standard practice in acoustical engineering to penalize that intruding noise because it's of a different character than the ambient noise and to add 5 or 10 decibels to the analysis?
Same objection.
Noted. Go ahead and respond, Mr. Volk.
Well, standard practice, I'm not sure I would use that term, but it is analyzed. I think that there are a lot of metrics that can capture the impulsive character of sound. But I've seen it used, but I don't know that I would necessarily refer to it as a standard practice. But
and you did not penalize the pile driving in your analysis. You didn't add any 5 or 10 decibels.
We did not add 5 or 10 decibels, but we did. The analysis does set sound level that's considerably lower than what is recommended in FTA guidance, as I stated in my testimony. So our analysis is conservative in that the DWR set limit of 60 decibels is 20 decibels lower than the Federal Transit Administration guidance of 80 decibels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it is conservative in that. Yeah.
Let's ask this. So the penalizing for community annoyance factors, are you familiar with the composite noise rating system?
A composite? No, I'm not familiar with that.
And how about the ISO standard for assessment of noise with respect to community response?
Which ISO standard are you referring to?
I don't have the number here, but it's the ISO standard for assessment of noise with respect to community response.
Well, I can respond in this way. The Federal Transit Administration guidance accounts for community attitudinal studies in the setting of thresholds. And so those types of factors are considered when determining the levels that result in effects such as annoyance, like you were talking about. So those are inherent in the guidance, like for instance, the 80 decibel guidance in the Federal Transit Administration. And so
let's take a look at it if you don't mind. I didn't mean to interrupt you while we're talking about that. Let's pull up that FTA guidance document that you cited in your testimony.
Is the witness able to finish the response while the document's being
yes.
It was cut off?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. Well, okay. But I think I was referring to the Federal Transit Administration guidance manual.
Right.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish and then I'll follow.
Yeah. Yes, so basically the Federal Transit Administration guidance describes the basis for setting thresholds for transit projects, but it also is the basis for construction noise. And it's a very frequently used resource for evaluation of construction noise. But the community social surveys and those studies formed the basis for setting those thresholds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe that FTA guidance that you're referring to is DWR 0071. Is that correct?
710.
710, sorry. Could we pull up that 710? And then can we go to the next page? I guess next page. One more. Yeah, there it is. So it says here, criteria must be developed on a project-specific basis. Says project construction noise criteria should account for existing noise environment, the absolute noise levels during construction activities, the duration of the construction, and the adjacent land use. And so they say that this manual does not purport to specify standardized criteria. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the way I understand that, they're saying, look, don't just take this 80 and apply it. You have to assess your individual situation. Isn't that what they mean?
That's correct, and that's what we did for the Delta Conveyance project noise evaluation.
But this doesn't say anything about it includes any community annoyance factors, any penalization within that 80, does it?
Section vague and ambiguous. It's the page or the entire document?
It's the only page we have. What we have in front of us is the only thing he's provided. So this doesn't say that that 80 includes a community annoyance penalty, does it?
Well, I mean, we can specify maximum noise levels, but by taking an average, you are accumulating sound energy over time. So the impulsive pile driving noise that you're talking about feeds into an average sound level. So we can set an average sound level to describe what may result in an adverse community reaction. So I guess my answer is it's implicit in the threshold that we use.
Okay. So then let me ask you about we're talking about community reaction, right? You're aware that the people who live in Hood don't want this project there?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts, not an evidence.
That's fair. Mr. Brodsky,
Okay.
go to your next question, please.
All right. Well, did you this morning, we read a letter from Hood objecting to the project, and we read parts of Hood Declaration of Protest. Do you recall hearing those documents read?
I recall that, yes.
Okay, and the documents expressed the community's opposition to the project, correct?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence. Hearsay.
Okay, well, let's pull them up.
Let's not, please. Mr. Volk, and I'm sorry, I may have lost the question, Mr. Brodsky, but Mr. Volk, if you remember what it was, you can answer.
The question was the Hood protest and the Hood letter said they want those intakes moved away from Hood. Isn't that what they said?
And Mr. Volk, you can just, based on your understanding and what you recall from earlier today.
I remember there was discussion about the location of the intakes and I mean, I remember the discussion that you're referring to, and general terms, yes. But I don't remember anything specific to noise in that. But
I'd like to pull up that HCC EX4. And the top of the first line of the second paragraph says, we demand that you find a different location for these intakes. And then the sentence before that says, your project will destroy the community where my grandparents settled 80 years ago.
Mr. Brodsky, I think I
Oh.
said I didn't want to go in this direction. I mean, I
Well,
recall this conversation that we have. But
Mr.
what is the basis for your question for Mr. Volk?
Because the opposition of the community is a community annoyance factor that an acoustical engineer should take into account. And Mr. Volk said he didn't really, Mr. Volk said he didn't really have a clear recollection of how opposed the community was. And I want him to know that they're strenuously opposed.
So this is not the time to educate Mr. Volk, but you can ask him questions about the analysis that he did. So let's please go in that direction.
So where a community is very much opposed to a particular project and wants it moved away, wouldn't that be a community annoyance factor?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I think that when it comes to noise, there is a response to the idea of having a new noise source present. This is also something that's talked about in attitudinal studies that I referred to earlier. But as I state in my testimony, the noise levels would be, in many places, would be comparable to normal speech at a distance of 6 feet, which is the DWR set limit of 60 decibels. And it would be a maximum of 73 decibels. And that's assuming worst case conditions. It would be taking place during the day, in large part, except for the exceptions that we discussed. And as I also state in my testimony, that noise to some degree is a part of our daily life. We go from a relatively quiet home through a transportation cycle to work, and so we do experience noise as part of our daily routines. So during the day, people are less sensitive to noise, and so for that reason, as well as the thresholds that we talked about, I conclude that it wouldn't interfere with daily activities at the levels that we project at the intakes.
So your calculation was basically that you would set a daytime noise limit of 60, and that in some cases you would exceed that. In a few cases up to 70 and 72, correct?
73 was the maximum, and that is the worst case during the pile driving phase,
and so
which would take place over 21 months on an intermittent basis.
Okay, and so the ambient level was 52 during the daytime, is that correct?
That's what we measured at the time we did the monitoring in 2020.
Okay, and so if the noise from the project is 62, that's going to be twice as loud as the ambient level, right?
Well, well, I also want to say the 52 is average. There was a range of 49 to 57. But if you're talking about a steady state noise source, which is not the case in our everyday ambient setting, whether you're talking about a rural setting with occasional traffic or an urban setting, it does fluctuate. Noise does fluctuate over time. So I guess I wouldn't want to characterize it that way because of the fluctuation in the noise level. But if you're talking about a steady state noise level, which is sort of different, then yes, 62 as a value would be twice as loud as 52.
Okay, and you just said that the average was 52, but that it ranged from what to what during the time that you made your measurements? I missed that.
I remember that it's 49 to 57 on an hourly basis. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but those are average levels, and so they fluctuate within those hours and among those hours.
Sometimes it's 49.
Yes, on an average basis, yes.
And so the limit you set of 60, at those times that ambient is 49, that's going to appear twice as loud as the background level to the people that are there, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I think we've gotten that point, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, so let's go to the next one then.
And I'm going to, and actually, Mr. Brodsky, I'm going to borrow some of it. I know we don't have much time left, but I have a question, if you don't mind me borrowing Mr. Volk for a little bit.
Please.
Mr. Volk, I want to make sure I understand, and I was thinking about this, and then you just brought it up again, understand these averages that you refer to, for example, the range of 49 to 57, the number 49 is an average in itself. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, that's the lowest average that we measured during an hour. So if you think about hourly averages from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the lowest hourly average within that span of time was 49, and the highest was 57. So you can think of probably 57 occurred during the peak hour of the day, like when people are commuting. I don't have that in front of me, but just you can kind of think of it that way.
So thank you for that clarification. When you're talking about a noise that's repetitive, I don't know if intermittent is I'm not trying not to use a technical term, but a repetitive noise over the course of an hour, does the frequency then of the noise then affect the average decibels that you would get?
You mean the frequency in terms of like if you take a pile driver, if you're striking the pile, so the frequency would, yes, well, the average that we're discussing here it's an energy average. So it's kind of like if you had a graph and it was like a time varying noise that went from like the end of 1 hour to the beginning of an hour to the end, and you just like shook it all down to a flat line, then it would be the energy average over the hour. So with each energy strike, like if you were taking a pile strike, you would have energy occurring, and then so each one of those energy occurrences would contribute to the average in that hour. I hope I explained that in a way that
I think conceptual is shaking it down. Help me. But just generally speaking, so you could have a few really loud noises in an hour and more frequent, lesser noises in an hour, and you would come out with an average decibels per hour that might be the same depending on how that played out.
Well, yes. I mean, so when you have a maximum, like a loud source that occurs during an hour, that will bump up the average because we are basically counting the energy through the hour. So a high energy sound will weight it, if you will, higher because of the the energy component of that.
So then when you were assessing the average noise impact from, for example, pile driving, an important factor would be to know how often, not only the decibels, and then how frequent that the decibels were.
Yes, that's right. The amount of time during the hour that you would that maximum would occur. So that is accounted for in the hourly average in the analysis.
Thank you. That is very helpful. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brodsky. We have 9 minutes left. You're welcome, Mr. Brodsky, if you'd like to pick up, or if you want to hit pause until tomorrow morning.
Maybe just one more question that's kind of isolated and then pause so I don't start a new area.
Right.
Okay, so
Ms. Carroll, yes.
I was going to say, could we just get an estimate though? Is the last question, or am I misunderstanding in that you have additional questions for tomorrow, and how much time would that take?
I have additional questions for tomorrow and I'd estimate 1 hour.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. I think you said you had one more question.
Yeah, okay, so Mr. Volk, you said that the ambient noise level measurements were taken in the fall. Is that correct?
I don't recall at this moment what time of year they were taken. That sounds familiar, but I'd have to go back and look. If we have the AHO 1183, we can
It's in
look at it.
It's in your testimony. Let's see. So we can bring up DWR 700.
Okay.
Page 4. It does say the fall. By the way.
It does say the fall. Okay. Okay. I just didn't remember that for a second. But yeah, I remember we did some in the fall and some in the winter. But I couldn't remember.
I thought it said it was all in the fall.
Was it all in the fall? Or I guess I'm thinking of December as a winter month. But so maybe it was. Maybe that is the case.
We're at page 4 in paragraph 9. There we go. Lines 3 and 4.
Well, yeah, the two sites near the community of Hood were in the fall of 2020.
At the fall. Those are the ones I'm concerned with.
Yeah, yeah.
What, if any, factors did you consider in deciding what time of year to take the ambient measurements?
Well, when we took the ambient measurements, really the only factor we wanted to consider was the weather. So we wanted to make sure it wasn't windy or rainy that day. So, that was all we accounted for.
Okay, so are you aware that Hood is in an agricultural area?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And in agricultural areas, fall is harvest time?
Objection vague as to what time frame within fall and lack foundation.
I'll overrule it because the testimony says fall. So I realize there's some generality here.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr.
My
Broken.
objection was as to the harvest time and the time frame in which harvest occurs within fall for clarity, but I accept. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Question is, I'm not sure if you answered it or not. The question was, are you aware that in an agricultural community, fall is harvest time?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, and are you aware it's noisier in an agricultural community at harvest time due to multiple trucks and tractors and all the activity trying to get the crops out of the fields into market?
Yes, I know that there's traffic and equipment associated with harvest.
And so that would push the ambient background noise level up, wouldn't it?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, incomplete hypothetical.
I think that's fair. I'm going to not overrule it. I'm sustaining the objection. I'm tired. I'm sustaining the objection. I have to say, I'm just going to note, I know we have 5 minutes left, but I know it was fall because I circled it and I wrote COVID, which would actually argues in the opposite effect that there maybe was less traffic, and I have no idea. I think it's a little bit speculative. But but I'll just warn you, Mr. Brodsky, I think there's a lot of factors at play here. I'm not sure this line is going to be productive.
Okay, well, maybe we should stop for today then if there's no other objection.
Great, let's stop for today. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky, and thank you to all of our witnesses. I know it was a long day and we have probably a long day tomorrow, so get some rest. In our last 4 minutes, are there any procedural matters from the group that we need to address?
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I would just ask that maybe tomorrow we touch in again and determine how much time people anticipate for their cross. And then I'd like to request that depending on when cross ends, that we be given some time to evaluate for redirect.
Understood. That sounds fair. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you very much. And we are adjourned for today. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.